Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Will be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Will be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Will be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Will be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by All Reason No Logic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. All Reason No Logic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by All Reason No Logic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. All Reason No Logic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by All Reason No Logic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. All Reason No Logic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by All Reason No Logic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. All Reason No Logic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders.
Coming on, and we are live.
Okie dokie. Just going to get the standard rules set up for our lobbies. And let's kick things off. Whilst I think Nightmare's testing a few things, so while this is happening, hey everyone, welcome back to the official Beyond All Reason stream. I am Twig, joined as always by Pradeth, with Tank Tom dropping in for special commentary in between games. Today we're diving into another King of the Hill, our classic Sunday event where the stakes are high and the battles get messy. Setup simple: a small team of kings fortify a hill with a boost to resources and control of the centre, while a massive horde of peasants build up their forces, gearing up for the 10-minute no rush to end, and then all chaos breaks loose. It's brutal, and it always delivers some of the most intense action you see in bar. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll get started shortly after this testing is done. What we are testing is getting lava into these maps. I like how they've put Duffy as the enemy in this one.
The first couple of test runs kept failing because there was only one team.
That
That's
makes
what was
sense.
happening.
Yep, just trying to push that water level up high enough that it stops players from leaving that outside zone,
Yeah.
but not so high that they can't walk between their bases.
What's so happy if you run down the camera, you'll see that the ramps that go through the middle 5 circles are the same height as the outside. So unfortunately, I was wondering why my commander was getting damage. I've got a second commander. Yeah, you can't actually set this without taking out both of the ramps.
Yep.
So I think we actually need a modification to the Claymore for it to work, unless we completely forego the whole boundary connecting the peasants together, meaning you can co-op T2.
Yeah.
I think it's my second com.
But it does stop people from trying to take those geos, which is at least nice.
Oh man, this is hurting my computer.
Got to build yourself a water-cooled one. That way all of this liquid won't go to waste. I expect the reason why it managed to take out the comms, it's not because it was lava or acid or anything, just full of graphene, so lots of electrical reactions in there.
Welcome to All Reason No Logic, where we spaz out your desktops.
Thanks for joining us for this little bit of testing until we get underway. Lobbies should be going live at some point very soon. You can try going Navy Uzi, but the water is unfortunately rather explosive for anything that goes in it. So even if you tried to get titles, those would not last very long.
What is cool about this is, man, it would be so good if we could have different layers, like the outsides of those 2 versus 1 situations to be lower. And then those ones that divide the king slightly higher, and then the ones around the outside all the same height, so that you have to we can manually lower them at a certain point. Anyway, let's get back into the lobby and set up the usual. Open up the lobby.
Yeah.
Were you planning on starting on this one?
Depends on how many people we manage to get. If we are looking at a small lobby, we might give this one a go. I know there's a lot of AllReasonNoLogic regulars that are quite a fan of this map. It allows you as a king to pit your skill against 2 isolated opponents, and then either take the map or try and rebuild in someone else's base after you have been taken. This one, more than all the others, is a test of skill because it does mean that there will only be 1 king and 2 peasants per triangle, and you really do have to work out how to work together or how to break one of the two before everything gets too far into the game.
I better get the rules up.
Yes, you had. I am responsible for the streaming stuff, and so I leave all of the writing stuff to Twig, which is a very good idea if anyone knows me.
I leave all of the coordination of the lobbies to Tom, which is a very good idea if anyone knows me.
Yeah, you are not allowed to right click on any players whatsoever under any circumstance.
We apologize to everyone that Twig's accidentally kicked or specced.
Twig, change their ID. Ah, shit, I specced them. Twig, how did you even manage that? You're supposed to be putting a command in chat, not right-clicking on them. Oh,
What I should be doing, I know Chrono's giving it to me every week, is there's a code that we have to get these rules published for everyone that joins. Where is that code?
It is. I love how you're the one who's put it there. It's that one,
message.
and then whatever you put behind it.
Yeah.
Does look like the Kings have a reasonably stacked side for the moment, though Duffy jumping into the peasants will hopefully balance it out just a little bit. Duffy has really taken charge in the community as far as becoming an incredibly dominant player regardless of the map. He is a scary opponent whether he's a king or a peasant in anything that he does with these streams.
Alright. Hopefully that works.
We need one more king, don't we?
Yes, we do. And once we have a few more people join, I'll jump out and start spectating as per usual. But while we have a small audience and a small number of players, I'm going to take the opportunity to have a game myself. Since my favorite thing to do is play king, that is exactly what I'm going to do. For those of you that are looking at the screen, you can actually see all of the kings are orange, or myself purple. That's because we have a full AllReasonNoLogic stack of kings. All friends in my friends list have decided to get in on this. So, should see a lot of very strong play out of the kings, though I still do pity anyone going up against Duffy.
Do I,
Yeah.
Is Ollie still in a game? I know he was playing a game against someone. He's leaving until the very last minute to leave it. Oh, he's up to 20 OS too. Nicely done.
Very nicely done. Do believe that Ollie is live on Twitch in the King's channel. In Discord in the King's channel. So you might be able to see exactly where he's up to and whether or not we'll have to spec him to see if he's got too far to go.
What we could probably do on this one is drag, seeing as they're all AllReasonNoLogic, we could probably drag them into this chat for this one.
I reckon that could be just fine. Bit of a casual first one to start us up.
Okay, I think we better start getting things going.
Alright, that is everyone except for Ollie ready it up. G'day, Ollie. Just checking in on your progress on yours. We're just about there we go. He is ready to up.
When you're and Ollie, we've just dragged you into the casting couch, so just be mindful that you are being heard by the millions of viewers.
Yes.
Millions even.
Millions
Impressive.
and millions and millions.
Twig's being optimistic tonight.
Let's get this one's started before too many people
I
join it
feel,
because we won't be able to do Claymore.
Yes.
yeah, I feel like we are gonna die horribly here.
Ah, look, we're a pretty strong set of kings. We've played this
They
map
have
for
Duffy,
quite a while.
they have B-bomb, and
Yeah.
a bunch of meat shields.
Who knows? Maybe stream will see maybe official stream will see the first loss for the Kings on Claymore. Happens plenty of times
Oh, yeah.
in our streams, but has not happened so far in this one. That's very strange. A lot of players have managed to sneak in despite the locked teams.
I think it's just Team 2 that's locked at the moment.
Ah,
Yeah, I think this is really too big, but let's just do it anyway.
Why are we having this vote?
right. Yes, I think that means that we'll be jumping straight into another map to start this one off.
I was going to start specking people, and we'll just force start this one.
He tries to do this repeatedly, this guy.
Pro Hassan, where is he?
6 OS on the bottom of that team. Yeah.
What just happened? Okay.
And just waiting on everyone to ready up. Don't want to jump across to
Twig, are we
setting up
changing
the
maps,
Claymore.
or are we going to give this one a go with this many people?
It's a bit too many people. Let's
Yeah,
do Thrones.
that's what I thought.
Throne?
Yep, let's start off on Throne, and let's move, then we'll move across to Raptors after that. And I'll jump into the Spectate, so then I can commentate this first one, because we have hit the critical mass of players where it is significantly more important for me to be casting this than it is for me to be playing it. G'day Chrono, I see you there on the YouTubes. Thanks for stopping in and joining us. We've we were testing out your wonderful tweaks to the map before, but unless we see you in game, we're gonna wait for that debut. We think you've earned you've definitely earned quite the shout out and quite the starring role in this one for when that one does go live. For anyone who's listening to that and finding it very cryptic, good. You might see later. You might have to wait till next week. We will see.
30 versus 4. Do we think plus 45 is gonna be enough?
We will see.
It's a pretty strong
Yeah, I guess
set
we're
of
gonna find
kings.
out.
It is a strong set of kings, but on the other hand, it's also a lot of comms and everything we need to fight
Yeah,
through.
that's very true. That is very true. Twig, you should be
yes,
giving
Ollie
yourself the
needs
plus
cleanup.
54.
I haven't been doing this. It's happening by magic in the background.
Ah, good.
It's an illusion.
Well then I'd better just make sure that it's precisely right. And
What we might do is go jump into the King's channel though to let you cast in.
yes,
Peace.
if we're going to be doing that, then we will have to do that. Apologies for bringing you in and then kicking you out. We will try to
It's all
be
fine.
slightly more organized at the start of next stream and hopefully feature a few of the AllReasonNoLogic players for the very first cast. All right, let's get this show on the road, everybody. Looks like the players have departed to the King's channel, and you're left with just me. I'm very sorry about that one. Yes, the Commissioner. The devs of this game really are heroes. They are doing a lot of work in the background just to make tonight happen. They've done things like set up more permissions for changing the titles in the streams, and they allowed us to get this one up and running, the smoothest one so far. These guys really have really are putting their heart and soul into the game, and we do appreciate it because we've been having an absolute load of fun. While we're loading up, the other night I was playing with a bunch of the guys from the AllReasonNoLogic Discord, and we were just doing some 4v4s but on 1v1 maps, so very solid eco, having to combine labs, all sorts of good stuff, and it was a genuinely great fun Saturday night for us. Alright, so for those of you that are new here, what you're witnessing is King of the Hill. This is where we put a handful of players in the king's position, in this case 4. They start at the top of the hill and they cannot leave this area. Oops, they cannot leave this area here. They must stay within that until the 10-minute mark. After the 10-minute mark, their job is to annihilate all of the rebellious peasants. Similarly, peasants all start down the bottom of the map. They cannot pass up onto the second level. They have to stay down here, do not pass that second line, do not go onto the plateau. There is a 10-minute no rush timer. We cannot use the game mechanics to enforce it, unfortunately, because the game mechanics would only prevent the kings from leaving this green box. It wouldn't prevent the peasants from leaving, from heading up. So, fortunately, it does not quite work. So there is a lot of little tweaking required, especially with new players. Now, the question is, how is this fair for the kings? Well, firstly, there is no air, and because of the very condensed amount of space that everyone has to build up here, air would be a disaster for the kings. Not only would they have to invest more to cover the air, to cover all the air, they would also be really restricted in how quickly they can move out and how they have to build things. For everybody else, there is no offensive structures. There is no offensive structures, so that means don't use nukes offensively. You could use them defensively if they were enabled. Hold on. We do have quite a lot of players on the second level. So there's always a little bit of coordination that has to be done over here. And there are 4 players that do not want to leave the top section there. Apologies about this one. There are just several players that do not want to follow the rules. There could be a language barrier here. This is a game played worldwide, and so not everyone will be English speaking. Also, there are plenty of people who also just don't read the rules. That does happen quite a lot. Alrighty then. Does look like a few of the players not particularly understanding this. There we go. Yeah. Oh. This is always quite a interesting thing for me. The fact that you can still have some people that are completely oblivious to what is going on, despite the pings, despite what's being said in chat, the rules, and all that sort of good stuff. Very, 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 very interesting. And yes, this map is well and truly oversaturated for those of you that are looking. Around, there are way too many players for the start positions, which means that playing together as a playing together as a team is important. You just have to work together, power out each other's labs, power out each other's units, and try to do the mass co-op eco as best as you possibly can. Alright, now it was off to a bit of a rocky start there. Apologies for all of the ping noises and the similar. Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat what was said in chat, but yes. So, King of the Hill. Kings have a plus 45% bonus. That means 45% more metal, 45% more energy, and 45% more conversion. The crazy thing about that is an Aphis, which normally produces 3,000 energy, will produce 4,500. Will produce just shy of 4,500 energy, and that means that you can build 6 converters instead of 4 converters per Aphis. And that means that you'll be getting 90 metal, not the normal 40 out of 1, because you are getting compounding scaling right there. Thank you for that reminder. Wrong scene indeed. Got distracted by first game of the night syndrome, as well as all of the chaos at the start. Really do appreciate that one. Alright. Looking around the map, we do have a very large peasant team for this size of map, and it does look like we're going to have to do quite a lot of co-op ecoing. We do see that we're at the minute 22 mark, and Duffy already has his Geo. That is an absolutely crazy start, as well as several builders, plenty of players feeding him. It looks like most of this entire wing is going to be funding Duffy. We should see some pretty amazing things out of the peasants. You'll note in the top right hand corner we do have 50 metal income and 180 metal income for the kings and the peasants respectively. The kings will catch up reasonably quickly, but because of the pure number of comms and how quickly all of... Did we forget to turn air off? We did forget to turn air off. That is quite funny. Looks like this one might have a little bit of air on, unless that is the change which allows Air Labs to only produce... nope, it is not. Sometimes we do have it on where where you can produce things like transports. Sorry about that. This tonight was a lot of testing beforehand, so the lobby setup did not go as smoothly as expected. Looking at the starts of these players, you'll see a nice mix of build power, wind, and units. You want to get quite a few of the construction bots out in order to grab all the mexes and T2 very quickly. What do we want to see out of the kings? We want to see at least 1 fusion per player or equivalent, with the player in the middle potentially being focused to get that T2 lab nice and early, so then they can send it out to everyone. It's not necessary as the kings, because sometimes that walk distance is actually worse than building your own lab. It just sort of depends on what is going on. Also, the plus 45 bonus does count towards reclaim, so if you put a T2 lab down for 2,900, then you get close to 4,500 back from it. Does help with getting those units up. But you have to balance all of the build power and all of the wind. Just jumping back down to Duffy, 3 minute T2 looks like it has been, with a couple of them already around the map, has been walking around and tapping all of those mexes in order to allow for a very quick T2 transition. Also, the T2 fusion already down, the T2 advanced geo already down. This is going to be quite the force to reckon with, as the economy needed to beat the kings is already well on the way for Duffy. You can have a look in the top right corner. The scaling is about equal when reclaim isn't taken into account, with about 300 metal income for the peasants and around about 100 for the kings. The kings will continue to close that gap over time, especially considering that a lot of the metal does have to be sunk into things for the peasants, which don't have to be sunk into for the kings. Most of the peasants will end up with labs and their own wind, whereas the kings only need a little wind, wind or energy generation per king, less labs and the like. They also don't have as many points to defend. And as strong as Duffy is looking on this side of things, there will also be plenty of spaces that won't be running quite as strong, though we do have what looks like it's going to be about a 5.5 minute T2 coming up on the right hand side. And the player that went air recovering nicely. We do really appreciate how readily they jumped back into gameplay, even though that probably ruined the first part of the match for them. We do apologize to that, but this is a community-driven lobby and a community-driven game. Sorry about that. Players love to go up to that second tier where they can. We do have a little bit of reclaim up there, but they have moved back down. Alright, getting back into it. Looking around the rest of the map, T2 labs coming up essentially on each wing, which is about where you would expect all of them to be. Which is about where I expect all of them to be. Some defenses going down at the bottom of the ramp, perfectly acceptable to be doing that. And looking around, we do have all of the kings on their T2, getting their T2 mexes, and hopefully transitioning nicely into those fusions a little bit. Running a little bit late, but we do also have a lot of players that have not played King on this map for quite a while. I was wondering what was making that noise. These tanks are on a fire command and are headed over to... and are just loosing some ammo there, just for the fun of it. Does look like the units that were on that second tier have been taken care of, but we do have a player trying to eat it. Very, very cheeky right there, just trying to get every little advantage possible. Looking to this bottom right, yes, we are at the 7-minute 20 mark. Duffy has an advanced Geo and his 4th fusion coming down. I would have actually quite liked to see those fusions be an APHIS. They're much more metal efficient, but considering that his biggest issue right now is build power, those 4 fusions will do him quite well, and does look like going into a T3 lab, so that the Kings are going to have a T3 problem to deal with at that 10-minute mark. I hope they can punch down some of the other ramps to even things out. Nice mix of unit defenses as well as physical defenses here and there around the map. Uzi, not going to lock himself out of the map, is building a small entry and exit for himself. Very good to see, and we are hitting that 8-minute mark, which is where we want to see units starting to come out. Duffy gonna have that T3. Oh god, starting with a Vanguard, that is going to be a lot for the Kings to deal with. One of the things we don't allow is static defenses that can shoot your opponent's base. Vanguard is perfectly okay, but having that rock up at the 10-minute mark is going to be absolutely devastating for the Kings. Twig, 2 fusions down, similar sort of income to Duffy, excluding all of the metal that is being fed to him. Starting to get some constructors down for the T1 spam, and relying on the rest of his players for T2. Tank Tom going into a greedy APHIS. This is going to come down very soon, with 10% left to go. Does have enough metal in the bank to finish it. That is going to result in a decent amount of power available for 2 fusions coming out for Ollie. And looking at the top section, Winera, just with the wind and the solar, has gone far more defensive on this end and is pushing into those units. That will help him at the 10-minute mark, but it will be a little bit slower for beyond that for pushing through. Does look like in accompaniment to the Vanguards, Duffy is going to have two Razorbacks, but there is not any spam to go with it. The rest of this area reasonably passive, all of those players funding into this. and the players to his left funding themselves into their own T2 and T1 labs. With 10 seconds to go, we do not have much of a push available for anyone except for the top side, which has got some ticks ready to push in, and the bottom side with a large number of tanks and a couple of T2 units and maces. 10 minutes is here. Go, go, go. And let's see exactly what can happen here. Ollie is getting a large number of welders. Tank Tom going with a large number of Jaguars. And let's see just how far they can push. Twig is sending... Winera is sending his first set of Jags down. They have missed all of the Rovers. There should be enough here to defend against those Rovers. But in such masses, it is still possible for them to push through. Thankfully, though, they are the vehicle variant, not the tick variant, which means they're very much so slowed down by those ramps. It does look like the Razorbacks have pushed in very, very nicely. And this is going to be a very hard thing to deal with. The Vanguard firing up into that second tier already. And the Razorback pushing right on in to Twig's Eco. Surround bonus doing a little bit to help, but not enough. T3 units at the 10-minute mark are very, very devastating. We usually see it as Karganeths, but in this case, that Razorback is doing exactly what it needs to do. Potential to get back into it by either reclaiming or by resurrecting it. Both good options, and Twig does have the labs to resurrect it. Another Razorback taken out. And it does look like the Recluse down here getting up and fighting with that Vanguard, but the Razorback's taking it out. Those shots raining in nice and hard, and unfortunately for Ollie, who has just managed to put a shield down, unfortunately by putting the shield down, lost the ability to defend against the Razorbacks. And no one from the team coming to help out. Does lose Fusion, does lose T2 Lab. Not impossible to recover, but certainly very, very hard, especially since the Razorback is going to be grabbing the other the other construction as well. Looking around the map, Winera and Twig have been quite successful pushing into these areas at the top. They have wrecked the player closest to the entrance, and they've also pushed in reasonably nicely into the top right, but it does look like other players coming online. Tank Tom trying to push in to this area. Com in a good spot to defend this one. Defense is not quite up yet, and the rest of the units pushing through, but with so many comms, tons of D-guns to go through, only a couple of Jags have made it down the line. They need to do a lot to equalize all of this. They have to stay well and truly away from those comms too, but good damage is being done right now. And with all of this clumped up wind, so long as that Jag actually manages to make it back there, these are huge targets. If they can get just that conversion, I think it should pop almost everything here, which would be phenomenal. And a chain reaction is exactly what they do need. Unfortunately, that unit not currently being microed. Do have some ticks being killed in this top section by a couple of tanks. Those are just APM stalled out ticks. And it does look like this area is now somewhat... it's very not under control. That is a lot of Razorbacks, and it's going to be a lot to deal with. Does look like that Jag did manage to get the conversion, which then popped a huge amount of the wind. Another Recluse push down into this top section. The Recluses great at sieging, great with their maneuverability. They can walk up and down the cliffs, so they open up this entire section as a potential attack vector. And once you're in bases, there typically isn't enough defense to stop something like this unless you're well and truly prepared for it. And as a peasant, you have to choose what you're going to be and not going to be prepared for. In this case, just trying to get units up is usually the way to go. Tank Tom trying to push back down here, but a couple of defenses going to stop that as the units only trickle in. Spam and Razorbacks have been nicely defended here. Ollie getting back into the game in a different position, but unfortunately that position is about to be heavily attacked by all of these Razorbacks. Big response from multiple of the players, but that is 4 Razorbacks. They should be able to get right up in there before anything too dramatic is done about them. They should be able to get shots off on that fusion. If they can kill it, that's going to be pretty big. Oof, good save. Those Vanguards coming in clutch just there. Those couple of shots at cleaning up that last little bit. Looks like the T3, whilst it was it did have the potential to be super effective, has not succeeded. Duffy, though, not sitting idle in the background, is up to 7 fusions. Does need more conversion, but this section of the map right now is looking very strong, and for this next one they're going to have huge tick support as the players above have helped to produce a lot of those ticks. King's doing very well to stay in this one, considering that the eco has remained at 50% in advantage, 100% in advantage to the peasants. But with Ollie getting that APHIS up, it should swing back at least to a small degree towards the Kings. We do need to see more damage out of the Kings, though. One of the big things that happens, even though the Kings can scale harder, the Kings also have to be on their toes the entire match. There aren't areas that can just be left to scale. We've even seen some of the peasants moving up to that second tier to try and take stuff after the 10-minute mark. Remember, after the 10-minute mark, that is a-okay. More than happy for anyone who wants to be on that second tier to be on that second tier. A couple of comms have been identified by the Kings and potentially going to be taken down. This is not the ramp that I would be attacking, boys. Trying to send your units this way is just suicide at the moment. You are fighting T2 into T3, and the T3 is building up with plenty of tick support. That is not going to be enough to kill all of the T3, not before it can rotate away, especially with comm support. That should very much so be able to get in there and degun if necessary. That is essentially just a medal donation for the peasants at this time. You really do have to choose where you're going to push, like up here, where we have some vanguards pushing behind a large wall of welders. Would be great to see a radar, but they don't overly need it when they know that there is geo there. Every geo is going to be taken on this map, which means that you can fairly confidently blind fire at those geos. Scaling wise, we do have 5 APHIS out of the Kings. Where is the 5th? 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 out of the Kings. Sorry, there must have been another one sneakily on screen. That is not a lot of eco to be working off by the 17-minute mark. They're doing very well with what they've got, but the losses early on to Ollie have definitely set them back. They've stopped Twig from scaling, because Twig has had to get out onto those front lines with units. Tank Tom continuing to scale up, making sure that his build power is assigned to the correct things, getting those units out, and just trying to keep this section from falling. When you do control this, you do need to keep control of this upper section, because without it, these vanguards will be able to get close enough to punch well and truly into the base. B-Bomb does have an invisible comm here. This could be absolutely devastating for the Kings. Those Razorbacks right now are almost essential for that defense. One goes down to the King, does look like the second one does as well. Great D-guns out of B-Bomb, and that is clearing the way for these vanguards to get in position, defended by these injured Razorbacks. Looking to the next entrance up above, defenses are holding quite nicely, but ticks are now starting to punch through, and this is a lot of grunts. Welder's a great counter to these grunts, but there is still way more that can be dealt with by just those few units, and once they get into those vanguards, it's going to be a problem. Plenty of pop-ups and beamers to deal with this, but the second ring of the map is slowly but surely being ceded to the peasants. Kings are going to have to get their offense going in the side that they do control, and that is exactly what happens. We have Winera over here, who is now pushing firmly into the areas that he already attacked nicely with those spiders, weakening them for this larger push. And if the Kings can take and hold this ground, they will have a foothold to start spreading around. Most of the defenses are concentrated at the ramps, and most of the offense will be concentrated at the ramps. And so you do need those opportunities to sweep around the map and regain some of the control that you are losing. We were debating beforehand whether we would give the Kings plus 55 or plus 45. 45 is the standard, but with so many peasants, we did decide on that plus 55. Definitely was the right call, because the Kings are in very dire straits. Looking at everything going on, Ollie currently having a bit of trouble spending all of that metal, is scaling very nicely though, but the vanguards are coming around to bully him yet again. I feel very sorry for Ollie on this one, being the point of the spear that was closest to Duffy. Speaking of which, Duffy's eco has now expanded to include 3 more APHIS, so this scaling is getting pretty ridiculous. Even some of the players at the back of the map who were helping scale Duffy, they have swapped into scaling themselves as well. This is going to be quite a rough fight. Big shots here from the Vanguards, taking out all of the conversion and build power for Ollie. Ollie just cannot catch a break on this one. Interesting to see how they got that vision. Likely it was those pawns that pushed up earlier. So a good team effort, whether it was intentional or not. Big push coming down with the fall of those APHIS. If they don't take out Duffy now, they're going to be in big trouble. But with 11 Razorbacks, Bulls, and Jags, there's actually a distinct possibility that you could run nicely into this. It's going to come down to whether or not they can detect those invisible comms and stop all of the units, stop it from getting absolutely amazing D-gun. Spam would be phenomenally good right here, but the spam is running the wrong way and is getting picked up by the Kargi, the LLTs, and whatnot. Does look like Duffy's in position for a ridiculously good D-gun. 5 Razorbacks with 1 shot. That is disgusting, and the comm lives. That comm is up to 18 kills, and all of those kills are things along the lines of Bulls and Razorbacks. What an absolute giant swing just there, and this is why that spam is so important. If the spam had been going down ahead of those units, it's very unlikely that the comm could have gotten in to such a great position before being taken out. Damage likely would have been done by the comm explosion, but holy D-gun, as Phantomus says in the chat. That's probably going to be quite a swinging point for the Kings. They just invested a lot into that attack. 11 Razorbacks is 45,000 metal, I'm fairly sure. In fact, it's more than that, it's 49,000 metal. That is not something that can be easily... No, that is... Yeah, it's about 40,000 metal. That is a huge amount of power that just got D-gunned right there. And without that metal could have been 10 APHIS. Sorry, maths on stream, don't do it. That could have been 4 APHIS, and considering that the APHIS would be generating power and metal during that time, it could have been even more. So that's a big blow to the Kings, and unfortunately all of the pushes that were happening have been denied. So the peasants are in a really good spot right here. They have managed to keep the Kings on the back foot long enough, and we are now looking at a 700 metal income to a 1,700, which is well and truly more than 100% in favor of the peasants. You normally don't see it swinging quite that far until a player fully falls, but because of all of the Vanguard damage against Ollie, that is not quite what's happened, but close enough too. Some little pushes happening here, but Sniper's really good at cleaning this one up. You want to have a mix of units that can deal with spam and units that can deal with very heavy things. Snipers are such a good unit for dealing with the heavier units the Kings can produce. Their damage is just amazing, but you do need to keep them safe, a very fragile unit. The reason you want to have a mix though is because the Kings will send a mix at you. Similarly, the Kings also want a bit of a mix for that same reason. You need something that will take out the Razorbacks or equivalent, something that will take out the Bulls or equivalent, units to take the shots, as well as things that can overwhelm a lot of static defense. While we're in this slight lull over here, okay, not so much of a lull, we have a massive T1 Shell Shocker push. This is not a strategy that I've seen before, but it is quite useful. These do have the range that they can peek quite far in. I don't think they'll be able to get to a position where they can take out the conversion. It's going to be very close though. Unfortunately for these Shell Shockers, ticks are actually a fantastic counter to them. Once you get the ticks inside of that artillery, they really do clean up quite nicely. Ticks have great DPS, especially for their cost. Does look like we have got the Karganeths that have run up the map. 2 players with Karganeths controlling them. Ollie taking yet another punch for the team. Tank Tom moving his units in to intercept, and we do have huge damage coming out of those pulsars helping to clean it up. But unfortunately, the build power goes down yet again, as well as the conversion. Ollie, it doesn't matter where you build, the peasants are coming for you. They've decided that you are the monarch that they hate the most. huge spider push coming up here. Bull's decently good against them, especially when they are in range, and so many of those shots are being eaten by the corpses of those Karganeths, but plenty of them have made it up. These pop-ups, though, will clean up the rest. Nice big metal donation. Oh, nice big metal field to be picked up, and the last of those units should be very nicely packed up by the pop-ups and the pulsars if they get any closer. If the Kings can get control of that metal, that's going to be a nice swing for them. Unfortunately for Ollie and Tank Tom, though, struggling to spend that metal. Need more build power, need more labs. Twig still unable to scale because he is producing all of the spam. Does look like while that happened, we did finally have a breakthrough in that top section of the map. The players that have been fighting this whole time finally pushed down, and no defenses around this side of the map. There is huge capability to push through and deal big damage. Once one player is wrapped up, there is the opportunity for many, many more. One pulsar, but with these ticks going through, that pulsar's fire will be ineffective unless it is managed. And we do have some starlights that will help to pick off these marauders. Did mention this before, but you need to have a nice mix. Would like to see these on a fight command so they don't get too far ahead. Unfortunately, there is always a micro. There is also a limit to how much players can micro effectively while they are playing as the Kings. There are just so many things to do. And these units now being told specific units to target at. These marauders really should just push in. They would be able to take out those if they did. But we do now have a second front that is coming in. The Kings doing an absolutely great job despite how much of a back foot they were put on with that initial attack from Ollie. Their never give up, never surrender experience from previous games has taught them to just keep pushing and find that weakness. And in particular, they were just able to take out that advanced Geo. The advanced Geo explosion is absolutely massive and did take out a lot of those defenses and allow for even more push through over here. And if we look at the back, this is a Aphis about to go down. That Aphis will chain react to all the other Aphises, all the other build powers, and completely take out this player. Defenses frantically coming down over here, but we're only getting a handful of these bulwarks. We're going to need to see more than that if this is going to be defended. Those Kargis moving into place, good idea. Kargis surprisingly good at cleaning up spam. Each one of those missiles can take out a tick. And when they do take out one of those ticks, the rest of the missiles retarget onto the next one. They also have a tiny bit of AoE, I believe, so it is possible to take more than just that out. Does look like another push happening at the top over here. This time the Razorbacks not intercepted by comms as they push on in. This is the player that has gone with the mass shell shocker strategy. The ticks getting in there and dealing and taking most of that damage, and then the Razorbacks coming in and cleaning up a lot of what is left. That little group up there that managed to push through, big damage dealt, and now they are surrounding all the artillery and pushing through. These rattlesnakes doing a lot of damage here, but I think this should be at least a decent enough amount to allow for a second push before recovery. Looking around this side of the map, the starlights have finally been stopped. The spam, these units doing an absolutely fantastic job, especially with that with the umbrella giving it radar cover, but it is again on a move command, not a fight command, so this time it does walk into its death. Spam continuing to claim control of this area. Would love to see this top section be wiped out. We have had a Winera resurrecting this Aphis. This is one of the things you really do have to be very cognizant of. But when you play as a king, when you take ground, you must take that ground. Get your T2 constructors in there to build. Get your reclaim bots in there to either reclaim or resurrect. Big spider push coming up over here. If they see that, if they can get that advanced Geo, so many of these defenses will fall, and it does look like quite a lot of missiles going down onto this. That should be enough to pop it. Unfortunately, the cliff is also in range of that Geo, which means that all those units do go down, but no defenses left over here, and units should be able to just start piling in. The second wave of Razorbacks is here. and they are coming in with a vengeance. There are plenty of pop-ups, there are plenty of Twin Guards, there are plenty of Rattlesnakes, but this is a lot of firepower out of those Razorbacks, just pushing in with no regard to themselves. They know that they just need to get that damage, so then the reclaim can happen, and this whole base can stop producing units, and they can start getting in there. You notice they did concentrate at the back of this. No need to walk through the defenses that are irrelevant to you. If you can take out that eco, then you can come back and deal with the defenses another time. But while that eco remains, it is not good. Wise idea coming back to pick up the that pulsar. It would have done a lot of damage. Big conversion of damage right there, as the Razorbacks target that explosive geo that was nestled in amongst everything and take the rest out. Looking at the top side, the peasants are now doing their best to end this game before the Kings can sweep around. This is so many Kargis and so many Recluse. Massive attack led by the orange player, the pink player, and I believe that Duffy is a part of this one, or at least directing it, help setting it up. Huge damage done by these Vanguards defending, huge damage done by the Bulls getting into it, but there is just so much here, and it does mean that the ramp has also fallen as an attack came up at the same time. It does look like Ollie's advanced fusion has survived, but another comm going down, and these units are still up here. Tank Tom and Twig doing their absolute best to hold on to this line best as they can. Big calls right there for Tank Tom to get his comm all the way back into safety. He is the last comm of the match. This whole wing has fallen, but so much damage has been done to the attacking army. But while this has been going on, the peasants do have a coordinated assault heading across the map. More Kargis heading up onto the left side, taking out a huge amount of Tank Tom's base, and we also have Shivas shelling, snipers firing, arbiters smashing their way through. This is going to be a very difficult hold, and I don't think the Kings have enough to clean up and around from the top side. Phenomenally well played so far from the Kings, but as the eco is falling apart, this is going to be the end for them. And that is the end of the game. We did get the units up there taking out the final comm. Well played to the Kings. They did very, very well to do as much damage as they did. They found the weak points and they pushed through them, but unfortunately with the power that Duffy generated in this bottom right-hand side, there was just not a lot that could be done against all of these recluses. Let's have a quick look at these graphs. These graphs do tell quite the story for us. Damage dealt, look how much the Kings were doing, and look at Duffy pacing with them the entire way through the game. Really, really good job by Duffy to push this side so hard and not let Ollie scale, and I think that was part of the big reason the Kings weren't able to wrap around. Looking at the metal produced, Duffy massively exceeding the Kings. Even with that plus 45, he doubled their income overall. Looking at the energy produced, similar story. Phenomenally well played by everyone in this game. Let us get ready to move on to the next one, where I think we'll be on Raptor Crater, and it will be slightly more balanced with 8 kings in the middle and everyone else around the outside. It also means that everyone else will have a place to have eco instead of being forced to shove 21 comms onto Duffy and force his eco through the roof. Joining me now, Twig and Tank Tom have just jumped into the casting couch from the King's position. That one was very, very rough considering what happened very early on to Duffy, but you did a fantastic job in the top half of the map, and you held on even beyond when I thought you would be able to. That first big spider push I thought was going to be the end, but you did a great job cleaning those up with Bulls, despite the overwhelming odds with Duffy's big plays in the bottom of the map. How do you think you guys went?
I just got so distracted with the chat and the moderation before the 10 minutes.
Oh my
I only had 2
God.
fusions. I usually have an APHIS in that position.
Oh my God, I know. I was like, I kept jumping out, like I kept losing my spot and losing my focus, because I was like, my big question was, you have 40 people around the outside doing the right thing. How is it that 3 of them don't notice that? You know, like it's pretty crazy.
We held better than I thought we were going to. It was nice to get out to some of the top side.
Sorry, I'm just reading messages about your scene, making sure you got the scene.
Yeah, no, it's swapped over. It just because we immediately had people on the second tier, and we had all of the pinging and stuff. I was in there trying to fix that, so it didn't swap over.
No worries. Okay, I better get the rules posted for this one, so those listening in for Raptors, it's all the basic rules for this one. There's no special unit bans that I can remember. So just the basic 4 rules I'm posting in chat now.
So, would you like to hear some of the crazy things that happened in that match?
I was reading a lot of chat and saying that Duffy got an extra 2 comms, but then since speaking to him afterwards, he was saying that he had like 10 comms.
He had 10 comms feeding him. He had a T2 lab by 1 minute.
Yeah, I like it.
He had 4 fusions by 5 minutes, and the advanced Geo, as well as all mexes in his areas T2'd.
Yeah, when the first unit I came across was T3, I was like, oh, it's going to be one of these games.
Yeah,
I see.
That was
Alright,
and whilst I tried to make it into that corner more than once, there was no way I was getting down into that corner.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, if you can assign those 45s to those last couple people so that I don't accidentally kick them. And I'm just going to send Chrono a message to see if he's going to make it around tonight.
Yes.
Is he in one of these chats?
I did mention that we may or may not see some pretty cool tech made by a pretty awesome member of the AllReasonNoLogic community. And if we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. But because of how absolutely amazing he has been, we want to make sure that he's actually in here. And when he does, I do want chat to give him a big shout out and a big thanks, because the amount of work that's gone into this is insane.
So essentially what he's done, people, is he's taken this map with it inverted, stuck in the coding world for quite some time, played with all the ramps so that we've got lava perfectly sitting over all the ramps. So somehow he's got them to dive down and come back up. So we don't have to force this no rush 10-minute rule anymore. There will be lava in between the kings and the peasants. And then it disappears nicely at 10 minutes with the help of a sneaky moderator. Okay.
We've got a lot of smack talk in the game chat. A lot of people think that the Kings don't stand a chance on this one. I think they'll be pleasantly surprised at just what the Kings can do with this much available to them. Yes, there are 50 players for the peasants, but just as a reminder, last week myself, Tank Tom, and Twig did a 3 versus 50, was it?
47.
I think it was 50 all up.
3 versus 47. And if you want to watch that one, the video should be going live tonight. And just a heads up, I wouldn't be this excited if the result wasn't what I wanted it to be.
That's a lie. You'd still send them to the video to
No,
check it out.
Yeah, no, you're
right. And we'd do a round 2, which we might be doing at some point.
Already got a mention in the chat there on the Twitch. Do it again. Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe.
We will, if we can, we will do it again. Major Tinny. Yes, so this game mode is 8 versus 50, but we have managed to successfully do a 3 versus 47, and it was reasonably balanced. We do our best to keep these one balanced. It's not always possible. You got to remember that we have everyone all the way from a OS 1 to an OS 44 on the peasants team. All right.
Yeah.
One thing we would love to do is just lock down the lobby completely.
We just need that guy to ready up.
We'll give him a couple seconds. 3.
Wait, hold up. We've just had someone saying that that Nightmare's debug command was overwritten.
Is that the one that I put in?
Could be, yes.
Yeah, leave the
Yeah.
debugs
Okay,
for
yeah.
him.
Okay, no worries.
I-
We are
That's
good to
alright,
go
I'll do the
then.
same thing. Is air off?
Air is off. Do you know what I can't believe? That guy who went air didn't even like question. He's just like, oh, okay, and got rid of his air lab. It was not like
Nice. That's
like
what we like to
what an
see.
absolute phenomenal thing. Because I mentioned why are people calling votes? Oh dear.
Let us start.
Yes, absolutely. Like, this is a community. This event relies entirely on the community working together to make this happen. We can't do this without the community, because if everyone chose to break the rules, the game would just fall apart. We are doing our best to create a game mode inside of an RTS that doesn't exist, and everyone in general is absolutely fantastic about it, and we do really appreciate it.
Yo, scene change, my friend.
I cannot see
Let him
change.
load in first.
I can't scene change during the load in, otherwise
Sorry, I
everything
forgot
crashes.
that my computer is so much faster and more powerful than yours.
It
and I'm in way
really
before you.
isn't. It really isn't.
So Prey has like the best computer, but for some reason mine just loads about twice as fast. And I think it's just because I've got all AMD, which Bar loves.
It definitely does seem to. Alright, Tank Tom, I think that you are one of the players this time round, are you not?
Yes, I am.
No worries, we'll keep you in here for the very short term as everyone loads on in and as we explain the rules, but then we're going to throw you back to the wolves.
Yes. I'll probably jump out and join the casting for the next round.
Yes, gotta keep my voice nice and fresh. So, while all this is happening, what is going on here? We have a hill in the middle. It has 8 kings on it. Those kings all have a plus 45 bonus. Those kings are going to have 10 minutes to do as they please, and after the 10 minutes, all hell breaks loose as people are allowed to move up and down these ramps. A couple of the other little things: no structures being used offensively. We do know that you can build very early structures on these high grounds over here, and they can completely shut down players because we have them spawning in so close. That is a big no-no. However, if you do it with a unit, that is all good. The focus of this game is most certainly units. You can use structures defensively. We have actually seen Junos being used in people's own bases to great effect when spam is coming up one of these ramps. We do encourage all sorts of play like that, but beyond that, we just encourage good old-fashioned honor rules. Do your best to keep them up and running, and we do have some phenomenally good mods in the chat. In the game, who take care of things best as possible. The dev team really deserves a massive shout out for this one. So, what do we want to see out of the Kings? We know that the Kings are going to have 7 mexes each, and we want to see them get those mexes to T2. We want to see them have at least a fusion by that 10-minute mark. And big thing that we want to see is early game aggression. The team that is aggressive at 10 minutes tends to be the team that wins. Give or take a little bit, 30 seconds, not a big deal, but you get what I mean. If the peasants want to win this one, 100% guaranteed, everyone build 20 incisors and go at the 10-minute mark. You cannot lose. We've seen it once. Well, we've seen 8 players do it once and it picked the Kings apart. But if everyone is greedy and ecos for themselves, we will see a very, very rough ride for the peasants. Twig, you've just been in the action. Why don't you run us through? It does look like we do have a blue com starting in the middle, but it doesn't appear as though they are actually there. It does look like that's just going to be a medal donation for the Kings. Just remember, if you do break the rules, as it turns out, you may actually be giving some free medal to them. And that is a super scary thing, because the Kings can already get a huge eco up by that 10-minute mark with an extra with that extra 45%. Now, jumping back to you, Twig, what do you want to see out of the Kings?
First up, very important where you start. I do prefer most of the starts in this map that we're seeing from the Kings, where you've got the two closest medals. Similar to what Duffy's doing, he's built two mexes. Knowing that he's got enough energy with the 45% bonus, he's gone into his lab before producing any E, and also he's probably smart enough to figure out a lot of the other Kings are overflowing energy as well that went into energy first. So could forego the wind and has managed to get a res spot out, which will reclaim, of course, the medal. You know Duffy is going to be the greediest out of all of them.
That whole build order modified just to get that medal income, but he cannot store it, so it's going to overflow to the team unless he stops reclaiming, which he does. Do have a pause right here. Not sure what it is for just yet.
Yeah, okay, back to what I was going to talk about. Let's go over to Tom, because his is a bit more normal. Just going into the two mexes, and you want to get out, I think it's 4 constructors. So you send one back to get the one mex that is over in the middle. You send one down the lane off to one ramp. You want to send another down the right lane to the other ramp, and you get them to put their mexes on the way and be there ready to build some static defense. And then you keep one in your base to build up that build power, and then eventually expand to T2.
Exactly. Getting the T2 up by that sort of 4 to 5 minute mark is what we like to see. Okay, so the player who had their com deleted just called for a resign vote. Very nice of them doing that. We do appreciate holding 49 people hostage for the one. Does look like Duffy is potentially APM stalled just for a second there. Hasn't got his builders doing... Oh, no, because he's got the medal. He doesn't need to. Never mind. He is focusing on getting everything out ASAP because of that reclaim. Very, very smart. I was confused there for a moment, but yes, when you start with a bonus 1,000 medal, you very much so can afford to be greedy.
Typical commie corners that we see, which we're not seeing in any corner. This is going to be an absolute whitewash. Duffy is going to punch straight out what I think is the easiest entrance. So Duffy and Tank Tom probably in the two easiest positions as Kings to push out, because they are against essentially 3 to 5 players, whereas the players that are on the south, they're up against 6 or 7, or the north, I should say, and then the ones on the diagonals, northeast, southeast, etc., they're going to be against all the force of each of these corners, which has a good, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players in each corner.
Yes, it does look like the bottom right does have a little bit of co-op eco going on. They're helping out with build power. These do appear to be set onto... they do need to be set on roam if they want to continuously bounce back without being manually targeted, but that is basically good to go there. So we will have some co-op eco. This corner should be able to get some T2 constructors out to people, but everyone else does look like they're a bit on their own.
It is insane how much metal that this commander has helped Duffy out. He's managed to get a total of, how many is that? 12, 14, 16 constructors out. And I like what he's doing with them. He's building wind farms out here. He doesn't really probably care if he loses those early days. It's a good distraction. If anything makes it up the ramps, they're going to take on that wind. And then he's going to already have some bigger eco in the base in the form of fusions or aphises, probably by that 10-minute mark. Going into T2, going to have it up probably by the 5-minute mark, if not earlier, with all those builders there.
One of the things you can potentially do is reclaim those builders for a little bit of extra metal if you need to.
We have T2 going up in reasonable fashion around the corners of the map. Not too many players. You only want to see like really 1 or 2 going up in each corner so that they can give out T2. And you really, really, really hope that more peasants than we've seen in previous weeks just build a ton of units, because that will walk all over the Kings. Even if half the peasants had, say, 30 units out, 30 T1 units out in sizes, blitzers, something with a bit of speed behind it, you will get the win.
But from what we're seeing around the map at the moment, we just have a lot of conservative play from everyone there. The bottom right side is distributing those T2 builders to everyone in the area. This makes such a difference if you do manage to do it. Unfortunately, it does slow you a little bit down from getting those fusions yourself, but by giving everyone here the T2, it does give them the units they need to be defensive or be offensive. So really good call there. We're also seeing some defenses in the top left side, a little bit further up the ramp than we'd like, but mines behind them, and we do like those mines.
So if we do this, just the three of us, for those just tuning in, we've been challenged to take on everyone, the three AllReasonNoLogic members, versus the rest once again. But this time, I'm thinking no bonus commanders. We had 5 bonus commanders last week, which kind of gave us too much of an eco boost. What do you reckon, Prey? Just us in our natural state with the plus 100 bonus?
I reckon that's possible, though it would definitely... I have a feeling we're all going to pick Armada. It would be nice if we could get some sort of core into the mix in some way, shape, or form. Whether that's a commander dropped in late into the game, just so that we have that. The other big thing that I worry about with only 3 comms is comm sniping. It would be very easy to lose the game with only 3 comms. I'm not opposed to taking up the challenge. That's just my 2 biggest concerns on that one.
I think my biggest concern is if there's that massive eco like you were commentating on in the last game where 10 commanders funded Duffy into T3 by the 10-minute mark. And if Duffy's against us, we're probably going to struggle.
I reckon
maybe
I can take Duffy. I can take Duffy. I swear.
We've taken him in the past. It all depends how much co-op he gets. He should be in politics. He seems to get a lot of people on this side helping him out.
I mean, when you've got an OS that high, it's not very hard to convince people that your strategy is going to work, because if it didn't work, you wouldn't have an OS that high.
Tank Tom going into an APHIS. I didn't love it last game, and he's doing it again. He's put it as one of his closest units to where...
Positioning's not ideal, definitely not. Yeah. But he does have the... What he doesn't have is the build power. This has a 2-minute construction time on it, which is only going to leave him with 1 minute spare. He is getting that build power down now, but it's going to be quite a struggle. I don't mind going straight into APHIS if you can support it, but you need a lot of build power, you need a lot of energy to make that happen.
Oh yeah, and he's not got any advanced solars. He's doing this off of... How many wins that? 25. Doing this off of 25 wins, which is currently at 2.7. He does have the 1 energy storage, but with the slider down at halfway, that's only going to give him 3.5, 4,000 of energy.
Yep.
Now going into those advanced solars, realizing that
yes, definitely a small bit of a mistake there, but with 2 minutes to go, should still be able to get that APHIS up. Should still be able to get at least a little bit of units on the way. The big concern that I have is that Tank Tom does not currently have defenses building, and if you're going to go that greed into the APHIS, you definitely want to have something to defend yourself with, beamers, whatever you want. But looking at his direct opponents, we do have 9 LLTs out of one of them, some mines and some Dragon Claws and the like out of them, which means that he may actually get a passive 10 minutes, which that's going to be his biggest saving grace, and sometimes risking it for the biscuit is worth it. So we're just going to have to find out. Duffy getting quite a decent amount of defenses at this front line for 4 construction turrets. At this front point, at each of these front points, getting some Dragon's Claws of his own, as well as some pop-up turrets. So he's going to be well defended and ready to go with those 2 fusions. 2 minutes to go. It does look like he's got 500 Jaguars in the build queue. With 1 minute to go, we do really want to see a lot of units out of a lot of these players. We do have some grunts down in the bottom left-hand side getting ready for that assault. We do have... a random D-gun going off in the bottom of the map. Thankfully, nothing too crazy happened just there. And on the top side, not much in the way of units, just a handful of incisors. With this little pressure coming onto the Kings are going to have a fairly cruisy 10-minute mark. 20 seconds to go. Twig, what's your prediction?
I think there is going to be a bit of a struggle in the bottom lanes out of the Kings. It looks quite defensive. We got the yellow, the brown, and the pink commanders with some defense, not huge amounts. But I do think Duffy's going to punch through pretty early on his side, and there's going to be a slow destruction to the King. What's happening here? Oh, we've got 10 minutes elapsed.
10 minutes has elapsed. Everything is good to go. And we have units that are going to start making their way on in. I am hearing some long-range fire. Not sure if those are unit-based or structure-based. Very hard to tell exactly where everything is going on in the map at this 10-minute mark, but it does look like Tank Tom has managed to get away with his greed as his opponent's not attacking, and Duffy making his way down as the most offensive position right now.
The eco is definitely a long way in the favour of the peasants, which we do usually see at this stage of the game. But our best push right now is coming out of the cream commander Winera.
Though those are going to run into mines. Mines detected, and those units have walked away. They know what's up. And it does look like some defenses are going to be needed for this light pink player. These beamers are taking up a... Pardon?
You're on the opposite side to me. I was talking about the cream king. Yeah, I can see there's a white down the bottom. Winera has pushed down with a bunch of lightning tanks and taken out a commander, a fusion, and a whole base.
Very nicely done, Winera. Sorry for missing that one. It does look like the next bit of action is Duffy slow sieging into the left side of the map. Has got those Jags for defense, but is relying on the Mausers for damage and the Ticks for vision. Ticks super strong in this game mode. The light pink player has been forced all the way back, but there is a flank coming from the brown player with these Fiends. If the Fiends can get in and take out particularly those Sheldons, that will blunt this attack quite nicely, but pink is getting the right units out to defend this. Is getting a Starlight and a couple of those Jags to kill the spam, but spam is going to start trickling through, and there are no defenses anywhere behind that line. When the 10-minute mark does hit, it sometimes is quite a good idea to build up just a couple of LLTs around the entrances to your base. Does allow for the occasional tick that does sneak through to be picked up instead of being able to potentially wreck an entire eco, which looks like is what might be happening here, as 3 ticks make their way into the brown base. And if they, unfortunately, they have been reclaimed, and the Arbiter did not do a lot of self-damage, which is quite lucky for that team. Duffy pulling the trigger and pushing in on the left-hand side. Duffy has made a foothold and quite a strong attack into the peasant side of the map. We do have a helicopter who has a decent defense right here. These persecutors are going to actually do quite a good job against those Mausers, and with the beamers, a lot of that spam should be picked up. So this one isn't going to wrap around in this direction, hopefully anytime soon, except a single shot from those Mausers does take out all of the energy conversion. So we're going to have helicopter on the back foot at least for a little while. While that is going on, the ticks continue to spam up the ramp in front of the light pink player. Tank Tom has moved in to assist, but the bull's not the best at taking out all of the spam, and one does manage to make it into the base. This is perfectly chain reactable wind, and unless that is reacted to, that could have been a big problem, but Starlight does clean it up, takes the mechs with it, but that is a small price to pay to keep most of your power online. Peasants scaling, continuing to scale nicely, but the gap between the two teams is closing. We do have 1,000 metal income for the Kings and 1,400 from the Peasants. That means that the gap is only an extra 50%, and that is nothing like the previous games where it was a 100% gap the entire way through. So the Kings will do quite nicely. If only these players did have a couple of T2 long-range T2 units to back up this spam pushing through the bottom left corner.
Just isn't enough action from the Peasants. I feel the top left haven't really done much. Almost every player is just trying to scale. You can see most of them with the fusion. That means no one's building T1. No one's putting pressure on red.
And that means that red is 3 fusions into an Aphis. That's not what you want for a king to be able to do.
You need to keep that APM off the eco as a peasant. So, like we've said every week, we think the best tactic would be that 2 out of the 4 corners hard eco, the other two tech/eco, and then every other player around the donut, around the crater or around the hill, T1, just keep going T1, putting pressure on the whole game, and the game will end a lot faster than you realise. Still, the bottom right, the only place that's managing to push up in any way into the Kings. And you can see here, by doing that, Tom and the brown player and the pink player are all being kept busy on that one ramp. And that's just action from one ramp.
But they are managing to push it back now. The tick spam has stopped. It looks like it's building up for a big push, but that has allowed for some of these sieging units to be taken out. Unfortunately, no spam out of the players defending, which means they did have to send a lot of their more expensive units in to be taken out in close range. One of the things you have to make sure you do is the reclaim. The peasants doing a great job on the reclaim. There is 7,000 metal here. 7,000 metal is huge. For a king, that's actually more like 10,000 metal. You have to be claiming this. You have to win these metal fights.
I'm having to send all these units continuously down there. Pink just been going into this APHIS for quite some time, not building units. So very good of Tom to go and help out their neighbour. We don't see any pushback really anywhere. Duffy, I know, is just keeping the pressure on with tick spam. Very nicely done of the player on the bottom left to put tick spam in the opposite direction.
Oh no.
But Duffy with so many APHIS.
Do believe we just had accidentally the wrong thing control D'd. The units out of the brown player, he control D'd them instead of the catalyst. Very unfortunate there. Just reacted to the ping but misunderstood it. Very sorry about that one.
Yeah, maybe he can be given some units.
Or no, it looks like he's going to be okay. He's moving into T3, not a problem. Those were being used to help defend the ramp, but that ramp is looking like it's holding reasonably well. Tank Tom ready for an offense down the ramp, currently defending nicely with those beamers against the spam that's coming at him. But the Kings really do need to be getting out of here. The foothold that Duffy made has been cleaned back up, has been cut off. And Red at the moment, Red's offensive at the moment, not overly working out. Cream still trying to keep the bottom of that ramp, does have some starlights pushing in, dealing damage. Actually, there isn't much of a response to those starlights. Those starlights and ticks should be able to do quite a decent amount of damage here. They're going to take out the T2 lab, and look at all that build power and all that condensed wind. Just a couple of those build turrets destroyed, and that wind should start chain reacting. Spam coming in now with the Fiends. These should be able to get in and on top of those starlights to clean up, but they have turned back around to react to the maroon player, and that does mean that a huge chunk of this eco has been killed, and another chunk soon to be killed. Invisible Comet walking its way in, does manage to get close, but not close enough to destroy the units. The other Invisible Com is trying to get in for D-gun range, but hasn't quite been successful as those units are walking away. Red's offensive back in full swing, but still stuck at the ramp. Units holding nicely. Does look like Green has managed to break through in the bottom right hand side of the map finally. The sieging units pushing through very nicely. The pink player just not able to get properly online to defend this, and the brown player's units being pulled side to side to try and help Tank Tom continuing on the defensive.
Look at that spam.
Big spam push through. There is plenty of Jags here, but that is a little bit too much spam to be easily cleaned up. And if they're spread out nicely, they should be able to get into the base very well. I did say that we like seeing some LLTs. These beamers doing a great job of cleaning a lot of them up. But these units now in, they get the conversion, and even bigger than that, they get the build power. That king is not reset on income, but reset on ability to build for quite a while, and with units pushing on in, it's going to be on the other kings to make the defensive play. We do have a big attack on the left side coming up as well, with a huge amount of grunts. There's some decent defenses here, but there are 6 cloakers, which is probably not the ideal thing, but with
Dragon's Maws,
they're going to clean it up very nicely.
I'm not loving the grunt ever since the rework. I mean, that wouldn't make a difference with this. I've got a sourness in my heart with the grunts losing their range. I would love to see them probably go back up to the 135-ish range. I think they got taken down to 110 and then it got bumped up to 115.
Does look like red in the top left hand corner has managed to finally break through those defenses and is now well and truly onto the warpath. These players ecoed for that little bit too long, and once the ramp dominance was established, they are now fighting a struggling battle where we have Starlights taking out a lot of the big units and just so many pawns pushing in. Pawns not the strongest of units, but in numbers their DPS is absolutely crazy. And as spam, they do a very, very good job of doing damage as well while they're in the front lines. With only Marauders, Ticks, and a couple of Shell Shockers to defend, they're going to do a great job pushing in.
And it does look like
Duffy's
Tremor army is devastating everything it's in its path. 16 Tremors just raining down everything. It's just making it... It's turning these ramps into Chernobyl.
It most certainly is not an easy thing to fight against. Top right of the map does look like these constant merciless attacks with the Starlights have managed to break through and break the players up there.
What's these people is spam. That's what these Starlights, and more spam than what's being sent at you.
Yes, and there is also a Tsar for defense as well. Starlights are such a strong unit when they have vision and when they are not being pushed. Do you have a defensive Juno that just went down? Great thing to use those defensive Junos, but unfortunately a little late in that one. The bases have fallen, the eco-scaling area has fallen, and we do have a failed push with the last of the units from that player trying to come up the maroon ramp. Red has been pushed back a bit by the combined might of the top left corner. But this, I think, is only going to be a temporary reprieve because most of the T2 units were destroyed, and they're going to be built up for another attack on this end. There's been constant fighting in this bottom right-hand side. We now have claimed the area of the top of the ramp. Normally, we do say no offensive structures, but in this case, this is actually what I would consider to be defensive, because they have claimed that area and these turrets do not have range to shoot beyond the area that they've claimed. Totally happy with that, especially considering that there is now T3 in front of it, units in front of it that are just slow creeping their way in. It's going to be very hard to push them back down off the ramp with a position like that to fall back to. Does look like we have some offensive catalysts coming down on the front line for the peasant players. Just going to remind them, there we go, Twig has reminded them that those are not what should be used. Their range, just for anyone that's interested, does reach the King's production. That is not okay. We do leave them in there because there we go, one of them has fired. And bang on target for that T2 lab. That is very unfortunate for this. Unfortunately, it is very hard to keep an eye on all of these things. The pink player getting very hammered through all of this. Does look like they're about to fire a second one.
Oh, I might remove that player from the game.
Yes.
Unfortunate. If I can find them. Oh well.
Have you managed to... Yes.
I found them,
yep,
yeah, they've
there we
been
go.
removed from the game.
That has been removed. Potato. Again, one of the reasons why we have that rule about not allowing for offensive structures is specifically because of that. The Kings are in such a small space, it is impossible for you to do something about that sometimes. Whereas actual offensive units are a little bit more of are much more manageable. Putting catalysts down there and attacking into the only place that the Kings can possibly be is very, very rough. Does look like during all that, Tank Tom has had a very successful offensive on the right-hand side and is now pushing through, taking out a group of these players. taking out their eco and grabbing that T3 lab, almost grabbing that T3 lab.
We've got Duffy on the left-hand side going down with a bunch of Titans and Shiva, just trying to use brute force to get through the defenses, which it looks like is going to be successful, but at the cost of all of those Shivas. The Titans now thinking about retreating.
One of the things that we do say is that the defenses are a great stopgap measure, but when it comes to winning the game, it's always going to be the team that is streaming through and being on the offensive. Some minor exceptions at the 10-minute mark where sometimes the metal reclaim can swing it the other way, but like in the top left corner, Red has been on the offensive the whole time. All the players been very defensive, and eventually a little bit does make it through. Similar story to what's been happening in the bottom right, where these ramps have been on the offensive, and Pink has been pushed back all the way and has never managed to scale super hard, never managed to get a lot of units, and now Brown is well and truly under threat. Those APHIS in a very, very dangerous position. And it does look like a lot of units are coming up to try and take those APHIS. That is a target that seems to have been identified. The catapult's clearing the way for these blitzers to come in. The blitzers will get the scouting information, which will say where the APHIS are, and as soon as the APHIS are seen, they should be targeted.
Had a com that almost made it into the King's base there, so not the best radar coverage out of the Kings, but did pick it up once it got that little bit too close.
Here we go. Even though the Kings have won the top section of the map, the bottom right is under so much threat that the Brown player has just lost almost all of their eco, and there is plenty of room to push into the Pink player. The offense is going very nicely for both teams, despite the sheer power that Duffy has brought to bear to the bottom left, and the power that the Red is bringing down from the top left. There is a lot to deal with here. Tank Tom trying to clean it up with Bulls, but that is a lot of T3 to be cleaning up. There is a comm as well, and that comm, if he gets in the right position, could get some pretty amazing D-guns to help clean this up. First D-gun was a miss. The second one, that's 5 tanks before he goes down, and the explosion did great damage. That Bull army cleaned up, and we do have a Shiva getting in to the main map. We did just have a massive Juno strike on the middle of the map. Oh no, actually I think that might have been his own Junos. No, those are definitely not his own Junos. Just remember, no offensive builders. Sorry, no offensive buildings, please, players. Just having a quick look outside. Where did those Junos come from? Yellow does manage to defend this first push, but there is a lot yet to come. Duffy is cleaning up the players in the bottom left, but there is a hole that needs to be filled, and the bottom right is doing their best to try to break in. Catapults unfortunately firing too slow, and so being pushed back by the T2 units that are coming through. Does look like the second wave of Bulls has some pretty substantial pressure to push this back, taking fire now from the Tigers. These catapults going to have to retreat all the way back to the defensive position if they want to try and re-push once the spam is there. Great work by the peasants.
At the start, if they just went for that first APHIS, that would have had a nice knock-on effect, potentially getting to Duffy's middle eco, but not quite the support they needed. Those Bulls and the yellow players' reaction with the salamanders and whatnot, just that little bit too much. There is a chance though we're still going to see it get in.
This big stream of spam coming in. Unfortunately, it does seem to be basically enough to hold this back between the Marauders and the Bulls, but once that fire stops hitting the line, it most certainly could spread out and start dealing a lot of damage. Razorbacks, though, coming in to save the day along with the rest of Tank Tom's Bulls. Does look like that area is holding for now at least, but there really is a lot, and there is a lot of firepower that these catapults can rain down. And all the catapults have to do is get in range to fire on that APHIS.
I'm loving the strength out of both these sides. The blue players on the bottom left really holding the line with those Razorbacks and Vanguards. Perfect composition to stop both spam and big units. I think with all these jugs coming out of Duffy now, that is going to be an inevitable doom. unless we see one of these ecos break quick smart. But too many Razorbacks coming out of Tank Tom along with those balls. Don't think we've got enough here. I'm hoping to see that Juggernaut currently being produced by Potato just to walk in without stopping, and maybe its explosion when it dies will be enough to get to that Aphis. No, I think I'm getting a little bit too optimistic.
Yeah, Bulls actually deal with Jugs reasonably well, especially when they get the surround bonus. One thing to just as a story from the past, we had a game that was even in a worse position than this for the Peasants. It was just the final corner left, and they sent 3 Jugs into the base. They got all the way to here before they were taken out. That is a very, very long way into the base. If they had managed to get to about there, if they managed to get to around about there, so you can't see under the buildings, but if they'd gotten to the middle, so another 5 to 10 seconds worth of walking, they actually would have completely crippled the entire eco of the Kings and potentially come back.
Yeah, it's never too late. Even at this stage of the game with half the Peasants gone, there is that opportunity for them to get through, but it really needs to be coordinated. I don't know if there's going to be enough coordination to deal with all these Razorbacks and Bulls that Tank Tom's produced. We're going to see another instance of a very much picked on Juggernaut.
This does look like we have this one walking in, not quite as much in the way of units there to stop it, but also not quite as much in the way of units there to support it. Those Bulls are going to need to get another good surround on it and potentially stop it from walking in. The other thing is it's also walking back into Yellow's base. Yellow, who's already been rather well hit so far, which means it's got a long way to walk, but still it's just ticked under half health, and it has managed to get to the inner ring. Doesn't look like it's going to get too much further now that all the units are there and piling in on it, but if there was, say, a second one or a little bit more support, or potentially just something which would run in after it blows up to destroy everything, massive potential damage that could go in. You just have to pick the right place and the right time. It does look like Duffy's got his next push coming down. That Juggernaut is very weak, but it has managed to break this front line, and it does look like it's going to get into that Aphis, especially with the second one there. Even if there is a detonation, you need a lot more than one blowing up to chain react those Jugs. And if this eco goes down, then the top defenses of the map are in big trouble. There we go. We did have the Jug go down. It took out the Titan with it, and the Com with some phenomenal D-guns, but that base has been broken. The spam will now be able to get in. And as far as defenses available for that top side, that player was the only one with them. So that is another attack vector.
I do think probably the best opportunity that the Peasants now have is these 5 Vanguards. If they can find a target, I'm just going to go to player view. They can really only see Pink's Aphis. So maybe they could bring them around enough to say here. Ah, there is a Juggernaut there. I thought that was on the blue tank. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
However, there is a lot of spam that's made it into the base. It's going to take a miracle for it to do what it needs to do, or collateral damage. That's also a possibility. But the spam is in the base. There is a tick in the base. Can this be the hero tick we all want? It's heading up to the top right, but it has walked into a build farm and been reclaimed. Some great potential just there. Could have been the one tick to save the game, but it did not happen, which makes me sad.
There are still 15 commanders in life for the Peasants. I'd love to see 14 of them just coordinate a walk, a march to their either doom or success.
We shall bathe this. We shall blot out the sun with D-guns.
The most
and the
powerful
kings
unit
shall
in the game
fight
at
in the
moment.
shade.
Oh, there is a behemoth.
What was that? Sorry.
Bottom left. There's a bottom left behemoth on its way up.
Oh, so we just saw a Jug fail to get in, but something about behemoths is they are even tankier, even though they're slower. I have seen a behemoth walk the entire distance of that of the outer, like this distance. I've seen a behemoth walk that entire distance with all four remaining kings bearing down on him and nearly make it into the eco. It takes so much to take down a behemoth. Definitely need to get those D guns ready. Something which, if you're ever playing against me, I almost never have my comm ready, so just bear that in mind.
This is a slow grind, but I just see too many Titans and Juggernauts coming out of Duffy's base that I think he's got it under control for them.
I mean, if you look at the
It's
eco,
really
the Kings are sitting pretty happily at almost 6,000 eco to the 2,300 of the Peasants. And if you look at the very top half of the map, we do see that the red player has claimed his triangle and is getting those up to T2 mexes slowly but surely. And if the maroon player and Tank Tom do something similar in that top right hand section, doesn't look they're going out there for the space and to build a second base as well. That is the sort of thing that is definitely worth doing as a king. We do have big red spot armies going around for the blue team, for the Peasants, just grabbing whatever they can, rezzing it and getting more into the fight, but this does look like it has stalemated at least a little bit. These jugs keep managing to get to around about the same point. You can see that very clearly by the fact that all three of the Juggernaut corpses are in basically the same place. Just one going.
See them wait together, go in together rather than one at a time.
If they went in together, especially if the other one on the top right that went in, so if there'd been 4 of them, I actually think you could push 4 jugs. I think could actually push through what's coming out of these players and get to the center of the map. Does look like the deadlock is beginning to break for the blue team, for the Kings, as they have now pushed through what was left of the defenses on the left side. Red just streaming in, getting it further and further in. The units that were protecting the behemoth have been taken out, and these 6 pulsars should be well and truly enough to take it out, especially with the Titans walking past and adding the surround bonus to the mix. When the next set of shots come off, they should do a lot of damage.
I'm wondering if this last Titan is going to get that a little bit further. Oh, sorry, Juggernaut from the blue player on the right hand side.
Just while that is walking in, one of the eco centers on the left just got taken out by some of the spam and the. Oh, yep. Now we're looking. I do think that detonation. Oh, he cancelled the detonation.
Hope he puts it back. Actually, look how much damage it did.
Look how much damage it did. 3% left on that Aphis. One more step. If it had been able to walk in, one more step.
Oh, wow.
Thankfully, though, based on the location of those, I don't think it would have chain reacted to the other eco centers. So, good positioning for the Kings right there. Got to get those. If you know that that's where the Juggernauts are pushing in, get a comm in the way so that you can get those D guns.
I have to say, good job by the Peasants. I mean, good in that they lasted this long. Probably not so great that they allowed the north to entirely fall. If there was a bit more pressure from all 4 corners throughout the game, we would have seen, I reckon, a Peasants win. But because they allowed the Kings to get into that positive eco, where they had more eco coming in, that's when you usually see the Peasants lose. Not every time, but most of the time.
So far, the most successful strategies I've seen is that any of the players that are on in the King's eco corners, so basically those 3 spots, and if there's more people in there because there were spare comms, so be it. But if those players concentrate on eco, and then every other player concentrates on early aggression and sharing T2 builders, so for example, one player goes into the T2 builder where everyone funds it, sends them out so that everyone gets one. That is going to be the absolute strongest possible start for the Peasants, and it's going to be something which I don't think the Kings will be able to beat anytime soon. But that does require a lot of coordination, and one of the things that does balance this out is the fact that there is only limited possible coordination between all of the players, because not everyone is on Discord, even though we do encourage you to jump into the AllReasonNoLogic Discord, where there is a King's chat, there is a Peasant chat working together to make all of this possible.
Just a sneaky little plug as well. We are only a handful of subs away on our YouTube from getting to 1,000. So if you're in the Discord, hit the YouTube too. I would love to get there on a King of the Hill night.
Yep.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with that comment. Not a close game, this one. It was only really those peasants on that bottom right that worked as a team, and you could see that was the case with that being the only place that was constantly breaching the Kings. A little bit too much ecoing elsewhere, and that is it for the Kings taking the first win of King of the Hill Raptor Crater for this evening, or this morning, depending where you are. Maybe it's the middle of the day.
Very nicely done, everyone, and a good solid start to the night. Let's grab those. Let's have a quick look at those stats on screen at the moment, though there is probably too many of them to read. But the big important one: damage dealt 11 million by the Kings and 11 million by the peasants. So very, very close there, just slightly edging towards the peasants dealing more damage. Damage efficiency was actually in favor of the peasants, which we don't normally see. Metal production, though, heavily in favor of the Kings over the game, getting an extra 2 million, or effectively an extra 50%, essentially. Jumping into those graphs real quickly, if I can get to them. Yes, I can. Damage dealt. Star of this one was Tank Tom and Duffy dealing the most damage on the Kings team, but early game it was Ortab and Winera who really established themselves dominantly in that top half of the map. Looking at the metal produced, Duffy through to the moon, and this is one of the things that happens if you leave the Kings to scale when they have that plus 45. Jumping back into the lobby, I'm going to take a quick break for my voice, but Twig and Tank Tom are going to take over and talk through the next couple of minutes. Tank Tom, you had to put a lot of your resources into helping Pink survive, but Pink never really managed to re-establish themselves because of the constant harass, constant fighting. How do you felt that one went, and what do you think the peasants needed to do to turn that one around?
That was definitely a hold from me for quite a while there, because I went, okay, this is what's on my ramp. Oh, I need to help South. And I'm going to stay there until I can afford to not exist there, which was basically the rest of the game. I think for the peasants, if they'd pushed from that south side and from my ramps at the same time, I largely couldn't have units in both spots, and they had me very stretched at a number of times. Sticking the beamers up definitely helped for that kind of second and third layer for when they get spammed through, because it's always the spam that hits the eco.
You're really good at sending Jaguars and Bulls down to stop probably the only real weak point throughout that King of the Hill, coming from that southeast corner. Bulls doing quite well against T3. Even the Juggernaut's being taken out by the Bulls.
Yeah, they're beefy enough that they can survive a few hits, and when you've got enough of them, you can kind of just throw them en masse, and the surround bonus looks after itself.
Yeah. Just setting this next one up. I'm trying to remember who was a king. It's always hard to apply the right bonuses everywhere. Got 4 new kings up there. Duffy jumping into the peasant's position. I'm sure he's going to take one of those eco rolls. Now, we have a special guest on board. Welcome, Chronographer. I'm going to get to why he's a special guest in a second. After I give him moderator's abilities with the boss command.
Yeah.
Okay, so Chrono has been kind enough in his spare time to set up this map so that we have got lava on the ramps, putting in some special geographic changes, making some of these ramps kind of into a bit of a hole before it turns into a ramp, allowing for that lava to be enabled up until the 10-minute marks, at which point a moderator can remove it. So I'm just going to make sure that all happens, and be back with you guys in a sec. Tom, maybe you can talk us through a little bit more what the peasants want to do to win, seeing as it was a little bit of a whitewash in 3 of the corners last game.
So the main thing for the peasant side, the key factor is aggression. If everyone rocks up at that 10-minute mark with 10 or 20 units, it doesn't matter too much what they are, and every single ramp throws 10 or 20 units into the middle at once, there's a very high likelihood that some of those sections aren't going to be defended properly. I know myself, I was getting my lab up at the 10-minute mark, so at 10 minutes, all I had was some beamers, and that was it. So if someone had been able to push in at that 10-minute mark with, 20 to 40 units, I would have been struggling, and they would have been well and truly on their way to getting to my eco before I had anything to stop them. And that's often the case, where there is definitely going to be times that the units are just going to die to the defenses, but it doesn't take more than one unit to get in, find a converter, and because everything's so packed tightly together, things tend to go pop really nicely. We've seen more than one game lost to a handful of ticks, because it's not so much about how much dies on the way in, it's about having that one unit that's still alive once it makes it into the base, because you don't have to kill everything, you only have to kill something to let it chain react. So your key targets are build power, because that's the most difficult to rebuild, and then converters go pop really nicely, and the energy's probably the third target, with labs being the fourth, just because if you can cripple the production, then the units stop coming, and that buys yourself a couple of minutes to be able to get going again.
I'm just going to make sure that we've got no bonuses. There's one sneaky one there. No bonuses on the peasant side.
While you're making sure of those ones, we've got a couple of questions in the chat. 4 verse 40, I don't understand. Hopefully you'll see a little bit later on, but the rules, we'll go over them as the match starts. How do the kings of the hill stand against that many? Well, you just saw it. They did exactly that. They've got that plus 45 bonus and the 10 minutes no rush, and that allows things to balance out quite nicely.
We found it tends to be more of the matchup that's the deciding factor, whether the peasants are aggressive, whether they've got those units ready to go. If the kings can't, or if the kings don't push out, then it tends to swing peasant favored, just because of those corner ecos keep on scaling and scaling and scaling, whereas the kings tend to be busy fighting. So if you can drag it out, the benefit seems to go to the peasants, but it also depends on who's in the middle, and if someone's busy building stupid amounts of APHIS, then you're going to be in trouble. But if you can keep them busy enough, there's always hope.
Very much so. And then, yes, mirrored stance. If the corners all work really well together, they can definitely do a lot. We've found that if players group up to get the T2 out to fund their mexes, then go back to T1, this is the players closest to the action, they can do phenomenally well. And similarly, if the players in all 4 corners group up together to just fund the 1 T2 lab and get their T2 eco rolling like crazy, they also do it very well. There's a couple of videos on our channel which show that spectacularly, particularly when Duffy plays in that top left corner. Have we tried the Kings being Evo comms? No, we haven't tried that one yet. There's no way of giving one team Evo comms and not the other. And if the peasants all had Evo comms, I don't think it would be possible for the Kings to win.
Just build a few wind and an energy storage and just 50 comms.
Everyone walks in at 10 minutes. Yep.
I'll be back in a sec, just grab some water.
No worries. All right, people. As Pradeth loads into the game, you'll see a pleasant surprise on your screen that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Like we said, chronographer, a god amongst men of the AllReasonNoLogic clan, spending his spare time to modify the maps, and we've got a pretty screen coming right up.
Yes, we do. As you can see, it's just gone live. We have managed, by we, I mean Chrono, has managed to get lava to block off these ramps and stop the teams from getting to one another for that first 10 minutes. This makes it much more obvious to the uninitiated, and it makes it much harder to break the rules. Super stoked to see this.
Okay. I wonder if you can disable the pinging sound as a streamer. Apparently you can. I'm going to look for that for you.
That will be good. Now, just while we're doing this, Twig has already boosted him up, but can we get some super thanks in the chat for Chrono, who has spent his time and effort on doing this? Twig, Tank Tom, and I might be moderately okay at streaming, but we are not even close to that when it comes to doing anything like this that Chrono has done. Chrono also, with a baby just like Twig, has managed to put the time into this, so we are super appreciative, and we have been talking about trying to generate something like this for a while and have not been able to. So biggest thanks possible out there to Chrono, and if you do ever see him around in the AllReasonNoLogic community, please do thank him, because he definitely deserves it, and he is one of the reasons that we are here the way that we are here. He's also responsible for the AllReasonNoLogic logos that appear in game every now and then if you're watching on our stream. Just a widget, but still incredibly impressive. Yes, disable the pinging sound. Twig, have you found anything on that?
I'm sussing it out. I've sent a few messages. I've just done a bit of a search through settings. Maybe anyone in the in the Twitch could leave a comment if you know where it is. But I've just searched for ping, and it doesn't come up.
No
That's
worries
right.
there. We'll see if we can fix that one up as we go.
This is the first time I've seen this map, and it's looking very cool.
It is really awesome. You see the lava just... I don't know how it was even possible to do this. These ramps are normally ramps. Now they are 2 ramps, and with a low point, with lava. I'm blown away by the ingenuity of Chrono for this one. Phenomenally great work right there. Alright, let's jump into this one as the start has happened. So, what's going on over here? Greetings from Germany. Nice to see you in chat. So what is going on over here? We have 8 kings in the middle, and we have 50 players around the outside. How could that possibly be fair, you might be wondering? Well, the answer is pretty simple. We give the kings a plus 45 bonus, we turn off air, and we give a 10-minute no-rush start. The kings each have access to 7 metal each, which is a nice little starting pool, and with that plus 45, they are very capable of getting either a fusion, 2 fusions, or even an aphis if they're super greedy, and the wind works out. Around the outside, there are 4 eco spots, 1 in each corner. If the 3 players there help each other, they can generate a very, very strong eco. All you need to do is boost one of them to get a T2 lab, and then you can be well and truly, if not matching the kings, you can at least be working towards it. Around the outside, we have all of the rest of the players. Every position is filled, as we have 16 high grounds, and I believe it is 16 low grounds behind it. Then a couple of additional spots here and there. If those players work together and get a T2 lab between them, then they can distribute that T2, go back to T1, and have ludicrously strong offense or defense. You want to try to make sure that at the 10-minute mark, you get very, very on the attack. Because if you leave the kings to eco, then what happens last game will happen again. But if you get in there early on, you will have seen that even Tank Tom, an AllReasonNoLogic veteran who was playing in the right position as the orange player, had that aphis up just that little bit late and only had a handful of jags at that 10-minute mark. I think it was about 3 and no defenses to speak of. Had 20 or 40 incisors come barreling down on him, which is super possible to do. Been there, done that, tested it, felt it on the receiving end as well. It can really, really hurt, so aggression is the name of the game if you want to win from the peasant side, and similarly, aggression is the name of the game for the kings, because if the kings get put on the defensive, they struggle to scale. Now that you've heard my ramble, Twig, just 2 other little things. Structures, do not use them offensively, please. It is so easy to ruin a game mode like this if you decide to build catalysts, Junos, and long-range artillery where they can get into the King's base. The Kings have such a limited space to build. You can almost guarantee a hit with whatever you fire. Please don't do that. Beyond that, let's jump over to Twig and Tank Tom, who are going to run you through the next couple of minutes, because I know once the action kicks on, I can't help myself, and my voice just does the rest.
We appreciate it, mate. I'm not loving what's happening in the middle of the map at the moment with the Kings. There's a bit of confusion, a bit of poor coordination, where some Kings are building their bases around each of these canyons, and then some are building them in between, which we do prefer. Keep those. It's easier to keep the areas defended. So tip for anyone going Kings that's listening in, just to take a triangle in between each of those craters.
And one of the key things is you don't have to run either side of that ridge if you're trying to defend a section. Not having to go around the terrain makes it much easier to stop.
Yeah, we definitely suggest that.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm just loving what Kronos done with this lava. We're seeing
It's so
no breaching
good.
of the rule. No one's going up there. Surprise, surprise. Lava kill shit. It's like one more rule that we don't have to spam in the chat. Don't go on the ramps. Thanks
That's
very
actually
much,
really
mate.
funny. We might need to turn off deformable terrain.
I can actually speak more in the intro of these now because I don't have to type so many times and ping so many things.
Yeah, it definitely messes with your early game build, which is where if you lose 5 or 10 seconds in the first couple of minutes, it then blows out to 30 seconds to a minute at the back end of it. So it's very nice to not have to be concerned about that. And you could see from that last game, I got mine slightly off, and normally I can get the APHIS up earlier, but it was very late, and I noticed and went, I'm going to hope no one's coming at me at 10, and I've got like 10 and a half. Because if they come at 10, I'm screwed.
What we're seeing at the bottom bottom left of the screen, I should say, if you want to jump over there, Prey, we've got all 3 players on the higher ground going into their own individual T2s. This is not a good idea.
That's 9,000 metal.
Yeah, build one, send everyone the medal, send out the comms. It is the better way to do it. You will find that these guys here will struggle to get a fusion up by the 10 minutes and units, and it's a little bit selfish in my opinion. I mean, do what you want, of course, but it's sorry, I've just been distracted. If you combo me on the low spots of the lava, you can't get back to it. You might lose the reservoir.
Oh, this one up here on the top left as well.
Yeah, there's little lava spots all around the map now. It's great.
It's literally, at least at the 10-minute mark, these will disappear. Someone is trying to res while reclaim that, and it's not going to do much for them. They're healing the land. I like it. They're healing the land to make the commanders cover above that point in the land. That is covered by lava. We'll slow down the game though for everyone. Okay, back to the middle. No fusions up. We're at 6 minutes. Usually we'd like to see the first fusion going down. We do have one from Orange, DME Cobalt. Looks like they know what they're doing a little bit more than some of the
If you look
other
up in
teams.
that top right as a comparison for ways to eco for the peasants working together, you can see that economy is already starting to boom. They went with a single lab between them, and
That second fusion.
Yep, second fusion is just completed.
So, we're going to have to put a restraining order on this guy with the fusion reactors because he's got just too many of them in every game. He's very, very good at scaling and working as a team.
Put him in solitary confinement, let him work by himself for a little bit, see what he can achieve.
Actually, that's what we'll do. We're going to dare him to just a normal start position around the map, not a corner. Somehow he'll still do something amazing.
I'm pretty sure
what he'll end up doing is just co-oping wherever he happens to be and demanding that people assist him.
Looking at the middle of the map just quickly, not a lot of action going on there at the moment. We're definitely behind on those fusion timings for a couple of these players. We do have a really strong play out of DME C3 BO, as well as the orange player. Theirs already down, but everyone else having a little bit of a struggle getting theirs up at the moment.
And I think it's a little bit optimistic going into the advanced fusion from C3, just because we only have 2 and a bit minutes left. Might get it up in time, but we want to see some units out for sure, especially with some small units being produced by the green player down in the bottom corner. We might see some T2 coming out of the lime green on the other side of his entrances as well, so potential threat there. Real threat is obviously going to be the top right. We'll just go back to there at the 10-minute mark because I think that's where we're going to see the first action. And what else have we got? A couple.
You can see some good
houses coming out of the
defenses
red
from
flag.
some of these peasants. I'm looking at the top left. It appears to just be walls, but that's enough to stop things from charging straight on down your ramps.
Yeah.
A couple of twin guards. You don't need. The intention isn't going to be to stop. Yeah, that shouldn't be shooting.
Battle paused. Battle started.
Sorry about that.
If you shoot, you lose it.
Yep.
Thank you to the mods jumping in there. Now we've got an APHIS as well as a T3 experimental cantry coming down out of C3BO. Ooh, they are doing a reclaim on the fusion, which I don't mind. I have seen this in plenty of games before where if you have enough energy storage, you can... Where is the energy storage?
There's no energy storage.
Probably going to rely on overflow from other teams. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit
fusion.
dodgy. That was a bit of a cheat when we say the rule 3, no.
Yeah, it doesn't
Reclaim
work if the
hat.
unit's alive though.
You do get the reclaim.
No, you
as
don't.
you-
You get it all in
No,
one
you don't
chunk
get
at
the
the
medal
end.
until it's dead.
Oh, you're right.
So you only get the medal at the last tick of reclaiming it.
Like he just did.
Commanders. Yeah.
All right, I'll
Yeah,
take care of
going
that.
into units at the 10-minute mark, this is going to be quite rough for quite a lot of these players. Interesting to note, the red player, they did start with a lot of extra mexes. They took an extra line of mexes. They're only sitting at the plus 60 medal. I usually like to sit at plus about 110 to 120 at the 10-minute mark. So if you're not going to T2 those, you're going to be in big trouble, especially if the offense is coming straight at you. Does look like
Great to see this aggression coming in.
Yes. And with Arbiters to defend, that's going to be quite a problem, especially since the Arbiters are going to get the full brunt of those ticks. Oh, sorry, Ambassadors. They are the same thing in different forms.
And this is what we say with the peasants being aggressive early. We've had a good quarter of the map push in with units, and a bunch of them have made it into the eco centers.
This
Looks
is,
like
I think,
because
going to
there
be
wasn't
lessons
those
learned
defenses
for the
up.
Kings. You need to have units being built at no later than that 9-minute mark.
Yes,
If you're not building units at 9 minutes, you are not going to have enough to defend. And only one player, the red player, was building a significant amount of units at that 9-minute mark. But definitely not enough for what is coming up these ramps.
Ambassadors are probably a poor choice to start.
very
You see
poor
the
choice to start.
Jaguars coming out, but with that flow of units coming in, I don't think it's going to be enough at this stage.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, this
That's a
hurts.
solid stream of units.
This one,
Are they gonna
unfortunately, going to
respond?
be a nice, big struggle for the Kings. They're already massively on the defensive. If all the Kings do combine, they can defend the lanes that are being defended. Unfortunately, though, with Brown being one of the massive contributors to that top defense, their left side is also going to be vulnerable. All it will take is another push through there. Orange also struggling right here. They did go for that T3 Razorback. The Razorback is a very strong unit, but can only be in one place at a time. And so the Bulls have managed to get in. They are taking the build power. They are taking out some of the build power, but they unfortunately won't get a lot of the eco. That Razorback's going to have to keep moving back and forth if it wants to defend, and that means that Orange is not up there helping contain this. If other players do start attacking at this point, it's going to be big trouble for the Kings. This is not unrecoverable though, because we do note that the incomes are still not too dissimilar to what we would expect. They're about 200 lower for the Kings than what we want to see at this point in time, 200 to 300 lower. As long as this is defended, the Kings can go through, get the reclaim, but we are seeing the peasants very heavily in there with res bots that are being microed. This is one of the things that is very critical. If you attack the Kings, you have to deny them the metal.
Because the metal means a whole lot more to the Kings than it does to the peasants, because when they reclaim it, they get the extra 45% on that as well.
And as I
don't
said,
think any of these snipers have been lost yet by Duffy. We've got 7 sharpshooters in the background that are being supported by all this spam going through. The welder's doing a lot, and this slow push I think will get through and take out that lab. If we see this commander go down, they have targeted the commander. We just need to see a reload, and
yep, one more volley should do that.
There it goes.
And there is now a real weak spot in that side of the map.
Good to see the bottom left pushing in as well.
Keeping Orange from coming up and helping, and also the right side noticing that all the units were heading up, or brown to the top right. They are pushing in now. Pink struggling to defend as well, with all units trying to help at the top. Does look like these sides have seen the queue, seen the writing on the walls, and decided to get offensive to spread the Kings back out again. And this push is penetrating far more deeply now that that comm is destroyed, and now that the units from the other Kings have to be brought back to their own fronts if they want to survive. Unfortunately though, surviving on your own front does mean getting gutted from behind, and that is exactly what we're seeing as these units pour in. The Razorback
Not every match has to be a 70-minute game like the last one.
No, all it takes is for the right number of players to push aggressively, and for the King to not be, have their defenses up. And I think that the game can swing on a dime.
We did put, someone was asking in the in-game chat, there was a few players put on 50 bonus for Kings, and that is just because they were 3 chefs. We do have a rule for Kings just because it's kind of a case of if one player falls, everyone falls. A minimum 3 chev and minimum 5 OS rule for Kings joining. Unless you promise us that you know what you're doing. B-bomb sneaking up with his commander there on the right hand side. I reckon that could get through and maybe D-gun. Yeah, can we walk all the way through? Is there radar?
Good
There is
question.
radar. There isn't any counter intrusion. I just think with the amount of stuff coming through here, you could probably get his
He's
commander
building the
away.
mechs.
These are aggressive mexes coming out, building on the
If he
King's
puts down a
mexes.
lab- If he puts down a lab, I'm going to be impressed.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. And then again, just the top right now the top left now pushing with all of yellow's units pushed up to defend the top right, and with the base being gutted, we now have that T1 attack coming through, backed up by Sheldons on the top left, that are now going to push through and get rid of orange.
What I
Sorry,
do really
get rid of
like
yellow.
what I'm seeing is that, unlike other games where everyone ecos hard, I mean, there's still plenty of people ecoing hard, but the peasants are recognizing, okay, now is the time to attack, and a lot of peasants are putting that pressure on continuously rather than just ecoing hard in the corner and getting no action, because they're probably getting a little bit scared that they're not going to get to do any damage. And that will be the case. Oh, killer hit on the bottom left hand side. A commander taken out in the middle of Blue's T1 army. Meow's whole army essentially going down with that commander taking them all out in that explosion.
I do kind of like
C3
seeing on
is
this
expanding nicely.
on this right hand side, you can see the spam is moving up into where the opening is within the Kings, rather than going through the defenses in front of them, going through the lane that's already been opened up.
Does look like the line of scrimmage has now moved into the middle of the map. If this line falls, then the last ecos of the Kings will fall. They've done a good job scaling, though. There is two Aphis and a third coming up online for the Cream player, an Aphis for the Maroon player, and another one coming online. As bad as all this looks, the peasants aren't really scaling. They're going in 2 units, which means that if this can be defended, there is the opportunity for the Kings to get massive reclaim and push back into the game. It will, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's likely. It will be a very, very hard thing to do. But if
we have seen it done before.
Exactly. We have seen it done before.
I think it's only been once.
Spam
But
coming
once
through
is
the middle
enough.
here.
Beamer's just so good at
these
taking out
sprinters gonna
spam.
get through.
And that's what you like to see with those. Rather than stopping, you just run straight through and hope that something makes it.
Yes.
What
Unfortunately,
we've seen at the top right hand side is the peasants have composed their armies, stopped all the spam, rebuilt up the amount of snipers, rebuilt up the amount of welders. I do love that they are being controlled by different people, so spam by a few of the players. We've got Winera on the welders, staying in front of Duffy's sprinters, and then have we got any? We don't have any radar bots there.
but you don't need a radar
The
bot when you've
spam
got
does a
the
good
spam.
job of providing the vision.
Yes. And all of those snipers now taking out the defenses and the units pushing in. Oh dear. Somehow there is 25 pulsars in the middle of the map.
You have vision on that Aphis as well, so those sprinters those snipers have beelined it straight for them, and I think we're going to see a target fire maybe.
Just to have to take that one down. Those Aphis do, sorry, those pulsars do still require energy to fire, I think. Does look like they do still require energy to fire, but there might be something powering them in order to make that happen. Great little defensive unit there. If you can build the 25x pulsar, would highly recommend it, but it is an expensive investment. But even with even with that defensive unit in the middle, it is going to be a
Check
rough-
out B-bomb. Check out. Oh, he almost got the dick on that.
So
He took
close.
it.
So
He
close.
only kept it invisible.
And there we go.
Oh.
There goes the energy that was powering that, and it finally does get taken out. Just a momentary reprieve for the Kings, but unfortunately, even investing in a 25x pulsar, very rare unit that's very hard to unlock, very secretive. You have to plug a controller in and use a very specific set of commands in order to unlock it in your menu. Try the Konami code, does work. Then you are taken out. Thanks for the Kings for this one, and unfortunately this was just a solid lesson in how not to defend. You do have to make sure that you go hard enough into your eco that you can defend.
Fantastic aggression out of the peasants this game. It was great to see them coming in from multiple lanes all at that 10-minute mark. Really finding those gaps that the Kings had in their defenses and lack of units. Because it's the thing, if you leave them to that 11 or 12-minute mark, they'll probably have the units ready to push back. But at the 10 minutes, it's always touch and go.
Very much so. We do see that the Kings had very strong scaling. Duffy, though, ahead of all of them up until the 12 to 13-minute mark, at which point the Cream player did take over significantly. But a great job to everyone. Let's jump out of this one. Let's refresh the Kings, and let's get the next one underway.
Okay, 8 more Kings. If we can move all the current Kings up the top and then remove their bonuses, I will join the Kings just to placehold, but I won't be playing. If you move them up, I'll move the bonus away from them.
No, you'll accidentally kick them.
I'm taking my time. The good thing when you change the bonus in the peasants, the list don't move around as much
Yes.
in Team 1. All right. These don't do votes.
Alright, just going to give my voice a quick break. Gonna quickly look into the chat. Are all the players in the game all pros? No, there is an entire mix. We have an OS 0 all the way up to an OS 46 in the peasant team. We give everyone a fair shake. That game, no, there didn't seem to be much of a chance for the group in the center, unfortunately, because the king's position is very volatile. If there is one player that is unable to hold their lane very early on, then the kings will have a very hard time of it. But normally we do see the kings usually the ones pushing out at the 10-minute mark. But if you get aggressive as peasants, you see exactly what happens. It is on the left-hand side of the map, we did see aggressive peasants going into a king with enough defenses. That did hold, but it wasn't as aggressive as in the top right, where we had 5 players funneling down one ramp. That is an incredibly hard thing to hold. Alright, I'm just going to leave this to Tank Tom and to Twig, and I'm going to rest my voice for a moment.
For those joining, this is King of the Hill. So 10-minute no rush timer on Raptor Crater when the maps get this big. We got what have we got? 8 verse 58. We must be prepping for the 50k event or something, seeing how these servers go. Kings get a 45% bonus, and they are put on top of the hill. There is lava dividing the hill from the peasants, and at the end of that 10-minute no rush, all hell breaks loose. And peasants also getting that 10 minutes to build up a bit of an eco, but we strongly suggest you have units out by 10 minutes so you're ready to put that pressure on the kings straight away. One rule that a lot of players forget about is structures are not allowed to be to hit any of the opponent's eco centers, so you can't build any persecutors or the like that can reach a max. If you can reach a max, don't build it unless you're planning to just target fire defensively. Okay, I'm going to put a ring command out there. Can everyone ready up?
They're asking about 10 commanders, but I think the 8 works nicely, just because you end up with even kind of amounts of metal that you can run with.
Yeah, it doesn't change how much metal is in the map. We'll see how we go. I might even stay in the game for this one. You can keep Prey company for this one, and I'll jump out of the channel shortly.
Oh yeah, you are on the kings, aren't you? Just waiting on people ready up, and then we'll be able to jump into it. So we've got 25 plus 59 and 8. Is that?
We just make sure there's no bonuses on any of the peasants, Tom.
I've been
and if you can
scrolling
just
through and haven't
start,
seen any.
can you just start speccing the players that are unable to ready up in time?
Yep, I'm gonna start specking from the bottom.
Please stay in the same teams as well, people.
Okay, that should be. No, what's going on? Okay, so we've got IDs. Give us a
Yes,
moment,
the
and
classic
we'll.
problem of IDs. So for those of you who are wondering what is going on right now, the game is trying to deal with more people than it normally does, and it's had an issue with the IDs. Can also pop up because of the teams and people moving around in them. So if this ever happens to you in-game where it says unable to start inconsistent team IDs, then just type !S and it will bring up a list of all the IDs. You then look for the ones where there are duplicates, so in this case we have 243s as well as some others in there. Then you use the force, then their name, ID, and a new number. The other way to deal with it, if you're not in a custom game mode like this, is just press that balance button. We unfortunately can't do that because it would mess the teams up quite dramatically, and that tends to take longer to solve than this. Each time you think you've got it right, you can just use !S to check someone again. Explain rule number 3. So the reclaim hack, if you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. Basically, it's something which can only be done when you have a bonus on, and it's a way of getting infinite metal. If you don't know how to do it, it's not a problem. If you do know how to do it, you know what it is. Don't do it. It's that simple. Because a king with infinite money is not a king that is worth having in this game type. King with infinite money on the outside, in the real world, that's a king worth having, especially if he likes sharing it with his kingdom. Unlimited money hacks in real life, not so bad. And here we go. The IDs have been resolved. The teams are massive, and the question is, can the kings win it this time, or will we have too much aggression out of the peasants and have another rolling over? I guess we will find out. Yes, inflation is insane. And if you can duplicate money like you can in a video game, then it's even worse.
Looks like we've got quite a few people in the Discord.
Holy,
That's
wow.
the most I've seen in a while.
So there are almost 20 people. In fact, no, there's more than that if you include us. There's about 25 people in the Discord between the two teams. And the casters, which is just absolutely phenomenal. We appreciate everyone jumping in, and now that this has become a bit of a regular thing, we're very glad that people are really getting in on it and trying to coordinate. I suspect that's how we got so much early aggression, because the regulars in there would have been telling everyone, attack, attack, attack.
Yep. You can always build eco later. You can't rebuild the base you've lost because you didn't have the units in the first place.
Yeah,
Definitely gives a new ambience to this map with the lava in it, doesn't it?
It's nice and bright.
It kind of reminds me of sitting around a campfire.
You know, it kind of does, except, you know, the outside of the campfire wants to kill the inside.
And then everyone spawns in and it's not so peaceful anymore.
Chaos. Utter chaos, lines drawn everywhere.
Yep.
Alright, I'm going to jump out of this chat so you guys can start talking shit about me.
Oh, Twig, are you in the game?
I am in the game.
Twig is in the game. Oh my god, we can critique Twig
Kill
like
the
crazy.
twig. Kill the twig.
Kill the twig. Just remember, if you're playing as a peasant, you can listen to what we're saying and you'll know exactly where Twig is and what he's doing, and you can absolutely get him. So just remember,
on the other side.
Twig is sitting in the sorry, if anyone's wondering, Australians do tend to banter with their friends a fair bit. Just quick note, in that top left hand corner we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 comms on the high ground. That could be an insane eco spot, and the nice thing is they're going to be fighting into Duffy and Small, two players that can really handle themselves. Potentially C as well, though I'm not as familiar with how well C can play. C sitting at a healthy OS of 27 and is that a 5 Chev? The silver dot at the bottom? 4 Chev, maybe. Anyway, plenty of game experience, so this should be very, very good. Does look like we have one player who wants to start in the bottom. They have moved out. Good for them. Forced start vote has been called, and we're going to get right into this. Man, we do really need to work out how to deal with all of that pinging. Sorry about that, chat.
Yeah, with this many people, that's a lot of pings.
That's a lot of pings. There's a lot of pings. I can probably just go to audio. I can probably reduce the interface sounds. And that might do the job.
I suspect
It does not.
probably will. Okay, we tried.
I tried. Doing
That'll
my
be
best
something
for
that we might
everyone.
look into throughout the week.
According to somewhere, there is a possibility of doing that, but we will find out. All right, looking at what's going on here, I'm going to actually focus a decent amount on this massively co-opted eco, just as an example of what is happening in the game. Just a really quick run through of what's going on. We have 8 players in the middle. Those 8 players have plus 45% bonus. There is a 10-minute no rush timer. The inside of the crater is fair game for the kings. The outside is fair game for the peasants. There is no air, and please do not use structures to offensively. So that means don't Juno an enemy's base, don't Juno the ramps, Juno your own base if it's full of ticks. Good to go. Also, catalysts can reach the inside of the king's bases from the bases of the hill. If you build them, they will be deleted. Once we see them, you'll probably get a ban. Don't do it, please, because the kings are in such a tight positioning. You basically can't miss when you fire into the middle. Use units for your offensive play. Looking at the bases here, we do have a couple of the T1 labs going down, so there will be a mix of Armada and Cortex. They're going heavy into the construction. They're more so sharing volumes of energy compared to actual energy production. There we go, the energy production is now being sent over, and that has delayed the build turrets just a little bit. You need to get a fair few of them up. You notice that they are bottoming out on energy, relying on the energy being sent. Going into that T2 lab, they are a little bit behind Duffy's record pace of a minute 20, I think it was. But they are
Do we
going
just have
to...
enough comms to be able to produce off of the comm?
Not quite. They
Generation?
don't produce enough energy for that. A T2 lab costs 15,000 energy. You have to be able to produce that in a decent amount of time. 5 comms is only 125 energy, which means that you would be waiting for 90 seconds or thereabouts. But easy to get wind up, and it does look like they are. And they're also sacking comms to deal with the lack of metal. Looking around the rest of the map, just focusing in on Twig for a moment, just so that you guys can get a perspective of what the kings tend to do play-wise. So Twig is sending a builder to the top mechs, and then a builder to each of his 2 lines of mechs down after building his first 2 mechs and going into a lab. Then getting wind and potentially some conversion, going to go reasonably heavily into build turrets. Your determining factor for build turrets is how much energy you have access to. If other kings are overflowing, you can easily get more build turrets. If they are not, you cannot. Once you're empty on metal, reclaim your lab and use it to fund more of the wind while you're getting these mexes up. Get some conversion going, continue that build order. Make sure that you're getting that T2 lab somewhere between the 3.5 minute and the 5 minute mark, depending on how successful you were with that wind. Move into a fusion or an APHIS depending on how game you are. The T2 lab will refund you 4,500 metal or close enough, which is your fusion. Make sure that you have your metal storages down packed. For that, you will need 2 of them, or you'll need 1 and 2.5, usually 3 T2 mexes, because T2 mexes come with a little bit of storage themselves. If you follow that build order, you will be a very strong king. You can then also use the 2 builders that you left out around the outside to build a couple of defenses, beamers, twin guards. Fantastic for just delaying that first push at 10 minutes and letting you get the energy up. Looking at Duffy, very similar thing going on that way, but a little bit further advanced in the wind department. Part of the reason that Twig is capable of having less is because of that overflow. Looking at that top left corner, Tank Tom, what is going on?
So top left, we've got, what's that, some dead comms. The T2 Max is up, or T2 Lab, so that's ahead of what the Kings are at. And those T2 constructors are waddling out to all the different players, getting those Maxes upgraded. And that's the key thing that you want the T2 for, is being able to upgrade those Maxes.
Battle paused.
Means
Does
that
look like something's
everyone's
going
got
on.
access to reasonable amounts of metal.
Yes, we
'Cause
do
with
have
T2
some offensive units on this out of this green player. The green player, remember, 10-minute no rush. Oops.
Yep. They look to have disappeared.
Battle started.
Thanks to the mods helping out with forcibly removing things. So as we were saying, if you've got T2 mexes, that's more than enough to produce plenty of units out of a T1 lab,
Yes.
which is what ideally a lot of these peasants would be doing. So with those T2 constructors that have been distributed out to everyone, that means that that entire corner is going to be in a very strong position to be producing units. Because what are we at? We're at 5 minutes right now. Give them a couple of minutes to get those mexes built, and then they're going to be in incredibly strong positions. I'm just looking down on this bottom right-hand side. There's already units being massed. Probably a bit early for that, but it's going to be quite a force for that first push in.
If my biggest recommendation, if you're going to go into the early units and try and overwhelm, grunts are fine, pawns are better, incisors are the best. Blitzers are fine too, but incisors well and truly a head and shoulder above anything else that you can rush down kings with. That's my
The key things you're looking for are speed and a little bit of damage, because if you can get past the defenses, you don't have to deal with them anymore. So if you only lose half your force running past the defenses, that's better than having big, chunky, slow units that they can react to. That's why ticks are so powerful. If you can get them through, trying to chase down a tick is nearly impossible unless you've already got something in the way to defend it.
While Tank Tom has been talking, I've broken the map up into what I view the different sections as. So this section over here, we'll call it 1. This is an eco corner. These players, if they work together to get T2 and advance their eco, fantastic. The players in front, they are the defensive players. These players should work together to get 1, maybe 2 T2 labs, get everyone the T2 mexes, get units up. Then you have the we'll call that 2. Then you have 3 and 4, which are very similar in areas. These guys are going to be in the hardest position to defend and the hardest position to probably one of the first places to be attacked, because the kings know that this is weak because there are less people.
Yeah, they're the least supported positions because they don't have anyone behind them backing them up. They're not going to have any units flowing through those areas, so once they fall, they've fallen.
Best practice is to have 1 T2 lab per area, and that will then everyone help fund that player to get the T2 up, and then fund that player to get T2 out to all the players. The rest of the players stay on T1 mass units, except for maybe the weakest points, where potentially some defenses are a good idea there. Then if all of the T1 players push, the kings will be put on. If all the defensive players push, the kings will be put on the back foot and they won't be able to get their attacks off. The eco players will be able to scale, the kings won't, and the peasants will push in quite nicely. Looking at this top left...
You don't want enough defenses to stop an army, you want enough defenses to deter a push, if that makes any sense. So something that will stop spam, but once they get a big group of units, you don't want to be defended enough for that. Ideally, you want new units to fight against those.
Bingo. Looking around the map right now at the top left, first APHIS is about to come down for the co-op eco in the top left. 8 minutes is a little bit harsh on this one. They've bottomed out on metal. Something that they should really... something which I would really consider doing is reclaiming things like the solars, some metals, even a couple of the build turrets, just to get that out that little bit faster.
And that's something that feels weird doing, eating your wind or your solars or your build towers to be able to get the APHIS up. But what you need to do is make sure you've got enough metal to get it up so it's producing, because at the moment it's basically dead resources, everything that's been invested into it. You don't realize anything until it's completed. So you're better off to eat a couple of things to get it there and then rebuild them if you need to. But if we're being honest, if you've had to eat energy to get it there, you're not going to be replacing it because the APHIS is going to fill that gap.
Yep. Does look like we've had a couple of players building building artillery on the top side. Mods have taken those away. We do appreciate that. Please do read the rules if you join the lobbies. Alright, let's have a look into the center of the map. As you can see, Duffy has gone into the double fusion, is getting that T2 lab out, and it's going to start massing units. Does have his defenses are a little bit later than they were last time he was king, but does have a couple of pop-ups, does have plenty of build power down there, and it doesn't look like he's under much threat. On the opposite side, Twig just getting his T1 labs out with some spam, definitely a little behind in this one. He went into a cloaked fusion and into a second cloaked fusion.
And you can see both of those guys were only starting to produce units in the last 10 seconds or so, was it?
Yes.
And now that we've hit 10, they don't have a whole lot in the way of defenses.
Yes. And speaking of not a whole lot in the way of defenses, that top right corner is going to be a pivotal point right now. We do have 59 grunts starting to make their way in, and it does look like they're potentially going to bypass. Nope, they're heading towards the beamers, thank goodness for the Kings. These beamers are going to come in clutch.
Great to see those resbots coming in behind them.
Yes, does look like that is enough to deter those grunts, but they are now coming down for Twig. Twig is completely undefended in this area, doesn't have enough to build. Is building his advanced converters instead of units.
Great to see that decisiveness, committing to not running through the defenses and finding the next gap.
That is super bad news for Twig. His build power is going to go down, and if his build power goes down, his opportunity to build units to save this is wrecked. These grunts now getting into his fusion, they are getting into his conversion, but they're pushing into the center of the map. They do leave Twig's fusion, but they are crippling multiple of these players. Not the best decision.
Yellow make it in as well.
But they managed to take out a lot of conversion, but that could have been a lot worse there. Make sure not to leave a fusion behind if you're doing a run past. It is worth getting into the middle best you can, but it is not worth leaving behind a fusion to do it. Thankfully,
whatever you take into the middle will die.
Yes.
It's never coming back. You have to do as much damage as you possibly can with it on the way to its grave.
Does look like the light pink C has managed to clean up a lot of the mess that is up here and a lot of the resbots, so not too much of that metal is going to fall to the peasant side. We do have the spam now coming in, and with C's units and yellow's units spread out through for defense, their lone lanes are a little bit lacking. Do have a push coming in towards the maroon player, but the maroon player has built a pretty strong defense here. Doesn't quite have the range to deal with the whistlers, but units will come on the way. They didn't get up to a fusion, but they do have plenty of wind. They do have T2 mexes, and they should do just fine in holding in the short term. Their units out helping the pink player who has been slightly pushed. Twig now fully online. Does need to get that build power back, but has got plenty of units for defenses, at least for the moment. Looking out to the rest
delayed losing that build power.
Yes.
But they're now managing to stabilize. They'll be able to rebuild those and then ideally start to push out. We'll see how they go.
And bottom left side, big pawn push into a very heavily defended position. If you see this much defenses, potentially consider just trying to help someone else's lane. As a peasant and as a king, you don't actually have to attack down your lane. You can pick someone else's lane, provided that yours is not too under threat.
So whenever you find that you can't possibly get through like your own ramp, if your neighbor or a couple of ramps over is looking like they can get through, you can just send units up through there and then come through the backside and crush your defenses if you do want to go up your own ramp. But if you've already made it in, go find the eco. Pop that first.
Yes, eco is always the name of the game, but build power does set a king back quite harshly, and if there is a second attack coming through, sometimes taking out the build power is the correct choice, because it prevents the kings from rebuilding the army that was used to fight with your first one.
I do like the vision coming out from blue with that invisible radar bot. Just waddling into the bases to see what's going on. And so far it appears to be entirely undetected.
Very
here
nice.
On the bottom right.
Very nicely done. Yes, that is going to give good vision. Question is, what are they getting vision for? That's what I want to know. Because it's not like there is the potential to take out an anti-nuke and nuke the base. It doesn't look like anyone has tried to build catalysts or anything along
They have
those
seen
lines.
that attack path is relatively undefended.
Yes. Looking at the back left of the map, which has been scaling, we do see 3 Aphises down, a 4th one coming up, and T3 Razorbacks getting ready for the attack. There's also T2 and T1 in this area, so once they do come online, that could be a pretty big deal. What just happened there?
Good consistent pressure coming in from this right-hand side.
Yes. Not allowing Twig
Keeping those kings busy.
Yeah, not allowing Twig to reclaim those mexes and push back to those ramps. Holding at the ramp is significantly easier than not.
At the ramps, you've only got those small fronts that you need to deal with. Whereas when you're defending right in front of your base, you've got a much larger front that has to be controlled. And there's the opportunity for sneaking around those edges as well.
Yes. Once you do gain a foothold in the top half of the map, the kings really are on the defensive because they have to make sure that you're not moving around and attacking kings that aren't on the defensive. Definitely a little bit of a struggle though from Twig, because we do see that the pink player still on mostly T1 eco, only with 1,000 energy at the 16-minute mark. Twig is going to have to start getting on the offensive.
We can start to see this top left corner coming online and sending units in. Only the one Razorback with support behind it, so that's going to go down fairly easily. But that next wave should have... I don't think it'll necessarily make it in, but it's definitely going to draw some attention.
Yes. Fingers crossed, with the attention being drawn, things can balance out. Something which I'm noticing at the moment, which is going to be a real struggle for the Kings, they haven't really managed to push out anywhere.
No, and if the Kings don't get down any of the ramps, it normally means that the peasants get a chance to continue to scale their eco. It's still about even from where it started, but in these scenarios, it's never gone well for the Kings. Well, normally it's a case of it depends on how long until the corners come properly online and start rolling on in.
Yes, if you look at the medal, it is 2,400 medal for the peasants, 1,100 for the Kings. That is not the position you want to be in as the Kings. By now, you want to be closing the... At the 10-minute mark, it should be about 50... It should be about 100% ahead for the peasants. But by this point, you want to be closing that gap and turning it into something like a 50% gap. Instead, we do have someone trying to get in with a invisible mine, but unfortunately, it does not manage to make it through.
And this is where that early aggression really comes in. It delays the Kings being able to scale because they have to go heavily into armies to hold off the units. And because they're busy fighting the entire time, it means that getting back to continue to scale that eco is often lower on the priority list compared to just staying alive.
Yes.
Far do they reach?
Yeah.
Where do we reckon the next push is going to be coming from?
There we go. That has been removed. I think it was removed by the snipers. I think that Twig is going to start getting on the offensive, and he really does have to. The Kings are in a bad way at the moment, even if it doesn't necessarily look it, because the top left is massing with their ranged units. They do have spam coming in to follow. Yellow has had to be on the offensive in the top right-hand corner. Now they're only just starting to move back towards defending their own lane. Their defenses have fallen, and they do not have the scaling to do it. There is no fusion for the yellow player.
Ooh, left side coming in. Orange and red are working together to push down a ramp.
Oh,
but
dear.
The pinks and greens are coming in above, and there's nothing there to defend.
Unfortunately, the defenses did fall for Duffy. Too many Quakers and negotiators on the high ground, and now we do have that spam making its way in. Spam can be eaten by a lot of the construction turrets, and that may be what we see being split up so much like that. It is possible for it to break in, but if it does get these converter banks at the back, that is going to be a lot of trouble for Duffy. But it does look like that did get cleaned up, very, very close to breaking through. Duffy's going to have to redirect
Sub 20% on one of those converters.
Yes.
One more shot and that entire bank would have gone pop.
Twig is getting on the Twig is getting on the offense, making his way down the ramp, but he does have a lot to contend to up here. Unfortunately for the Kings, there are 2 players that are still not on T2 eco, still stuck on that T1. It's making it things very, very hard for them. In fact, 3 players still on T1 eco, making it very, very difficult for them to push through and turn this into a winning game. But the pushes are quite strong, and the defense out of the pink player has been very, very strong in cleaning things up and saving yellow. Duffy also cleaning up his lane and managing to finally push out. They have broken the defenses here with the Razorbacks, but there is not much left coming through to keep punching through. That Razorback really needs to get into that bottom section of wind. I think it has been seen. Let's just grab the player view for a moment. Yes, it has. Duffy does know that there is that huge wind that will chain react, but he's also seen a comm, which makes it very, very hard to push in.
Twig's managed to make it out of his ramp. A good unit composition with those ticks in the front for providing vision and tanking shots, welders, and then the sharpshooters providing that artillery to be able to take down defenses and specifically target things.
It's a very, very typical playstyle. The welders are phenomenally good at tanking and killing things, while the snipers
welders
can
do
target
great with
all the
spam.
important stuff. Does look like a lot of pressure's going into that top left side though now. The ticks are now getting into yellow's actual production area. Pink is doing its absolute best to hold this off, sending as many fiends as can come through, but that does mean that pink is not there attacking down their ramp, which could be quite a vulnerability right now. Just
looks
keeping
like they will hold.
It does look like
Pink's
this will
pushing
hold.
in again.
But each time this happens, it will get worse and worse and worse because yellow isn't scaling. And the outside players have just amassed so much that they can scale whilst on these offensive. And it does look like the bottom right-hand side, the dark pink lane has begun to fall. Twig has been there helping, but unfortunately just not quite enough. This player also still not on T2 eco. Just cannot compete with what is coming out of that corner with multiple fusions and so many players. We do appreciate
And this is the benefit of that constant pressure, is being able to keep those Kings busy so that they can't get around to doing all the things that they need to.
Yes, we do appreciate newer and less experienced players jumping in and playing, regardless of whether you're playing as King or playing as a peasant. But please do bear in mind that if you're going to play as King, you really do need to be able to get a fusion up by 10 minutes. If you can't do that, then you're going to struggle very, very hard when the 10-minute mark passes, particularly when the 20-minute mark passes.
Knowing that it's consistently a 45% bonus, it is something that you can practice throughout the week if it's something that you're considering giving a shot, and if you're maybe not too confident but you want to get involved. That's always a good way just to see where you're at.
Oof. Duffy nearly managing to take down more of that eco. Got one Razorback up the... Oh, sorry, that wasn't Duffy. That was Usurper. Managed to get a Razorback up the ramp. Did a lot of eco damage there. The Kings are managing
from the bottom right of managing to push in.
Yes. The bottom left, the Kings are managing to push out, but yes, the bottom right and the top left are real struggle points for the Kings. And I don't know whether there will be enough eco to overdo this, especially now that red is starting to feel the pressure. With the maroon player having dropped out and the pink player completely destroyed, this is going to be a real struggle for the... It's going to be a real struggle for the Kings. Units pushing into the middle. Those snipers do have huge range, but not a lot of vision at this stage. Backing out.
They appear to be in there with a radar and a jammer, although that's gone now.
Yes.
That tiger in the middle is going to do some work there.
Nope, it got eaten.
Oh, that was sub 20% as well. So very close to being able to pop that.
Yes.
And another open lane for the peasants.
Yes, the peasants are pushing in. Twig is now fully on the defensive, having to now cover 3 king spots along with the red player that is most certainly having all these players now going to be taxed APM wise because they're no longer defending 2 spots, they're defending a lot more. Kings on the defensive is not what you want to see as kings.
No, as the kings, if you're not actively pushing out and killing something, it means that you're most likely falling behind.
Correct. And if you're not... Oop.
Looks like we've got Junos. I'm not sure where they're coming from. Down here.
Just a lot of Junos going off offensively. Please remember not to use them offensively.
Spam is one of those critical components that provide vision and tank for you. So we're more than happy for you to stop them, like if it's in your own armies, but not using them offensively. Same with all of the static structures.
The thing about static structures is when you are a peasant, firing them at the kings is a guaranteed hit. There is so little space where you know their eco is going to be that you can't help but hit them, and when you do, you take away 1/8 of their power. Whereas if we don't allow the kings to do it, but if a king does do it, you're taking away 1/50th.
And the other thing is, I've lost my train of thought. What's it going to say? Well, come back to me.
Yes, we'll come back. I'm just trying to locate those Junos.
Not the ones in the bottom right anymore. Can't seem to find them. Oh no, there's some on the top left as well.
Sorry about this. This is just one of the problems. One of the things that's happening right now, the kings almost at this point can't push out without spam. It is functionally impossible with how defended a lot of these places are. Not that was a good example. They can't get vision, that sort of thing. But again, the kings only have very limited avenues of attack compared to the peasants that have near unlimited. That is why we have these rules in place, and these rules have allowed for a lot of very good balance over the course of several months. These aren't just
and the reason that they
things.
exist is because there's no counter for them.
Yeah.
Similarly with air, that's why we have air disabled, because a mass air raid, there is no way to effectively defend against it. The amount of resources required to build anti-air structures far enough out that the bombing runs won't land is just entirely unfeasible. And that's the same with the static defenses, why we don't have those able to be used defensively. We're more than happy for them to provide defenses on the ramps, but when you can blind fire and know that you're going to hit things in the middle once you hit that, say, 20-minute mark, and even before that, you've got a fairly good idea of where things are going to be.
Yes. Speaking of a fairly good idea of where things are going to be, we did manage to get an offensive push into the middle of the map. They have destroyed a lot of the conversion just there. I think that was Twig's conversion. That's going to hurt him a lot. Twig's metal production is now entirely out of his mexes and a handful of converters. That is not what you need when you're under this much pressure. You've got spam coming in from multiple players and units backing them up. Thankfully, a lot of this is only T1s. The T2 is doing a decent job, but Twig spread very, very wide. These kings doing their best to hold on.
It's never a great feeling as a king when you hear that T3 detected and see those big units start rolling up, because it means that you know that the eco's big and once they come, they're going to keep on coming.
Yes, it is a very, very hard thing to fight at that point. And when again though, this is part of the problem with the balance of this. We did have 3 kings that didn't make it to T2 Eco. That's nearly half of the team that wouldn't be capable of pushing past the 20-minute mark.
And when you're trying to hold off this much pressure,
yep,
everyone needs to be able to hold their own, or at least mostly hold their own.
Yes. And when you and then that also means that if you just because one player doesn't manage it, that also then means that the player next to him that can't get onto the offensive because they're on the defensive, and that has a cascading effect because everyone's spread thin. You're losing units at rates that you don't want to be losing them because you're fighting at a disadvantage. You can't build up that defense. It just becomes a cascading failure. And
yeah, I find you end up just throwing units at the problem.
Yes.
Inefficiently, where you just grab them and throw them rather than trying to actually fight with them.
And that's exactly what we're seeing out of Pink. Light Pink. Light Pink has done an absolutely phenomenal job holding this, but basically for the last 18 minutes of the game, that has just involved them building as many units as they possibly can and then swinging them left or swinging them right. And we're just getting to the point now where they couldn't be left and right fast enough, and the yellow player is starting to fall, which is going to be a big problem because that's now going to be that's going to be the kings split in half essentially.
The kings have done a great job of holding as long as they have this game.
But the medal advantage is at 100% for the peasants right now, 4,500 to 2,250-ish, which is not what you want to see as a king, and it's going to be a very, very hard thing to deal with.
Yep, and with this crushing
Pink falling
force
Pink
coming in from that top left side, yes. I believe this is going to be pretty much all she wrote.
With the pink player who has been doing a phenomenal effort to hold all of this top side of all the top left side, that is going to be a little bit much. Duffy doing his absolute best to scale and get online after dealing damage. Same with Usurper. They're just going to be pulled in too many directions, and there is only so much that can be defended from behind. Somehow I see that Duffy has a evolving a com level 2. Not quite sure how that happened, but while I was looking at that, Twig lost his whole eco from being gutted from behind. So that effectively brings this down to just Duffy and Usurper. They are some of the strongest players on the King's team, but with this many players, and now with the eco being almost 5 times that, the peasants having almost 5 times the eco, and they only need to get one small chain reaction to eliminate all of this, I think that is going to be a very, very hard hold for the King's team. There we go. That
being
was
surrounded on all sides.
Reaction.
There's just not enough units to be in enough places.
Yes. There's the next chain reaction, and now Duffy's conversion is mostly gone. His Aphis are still up, but they will not be for much longer, just being held back by a handful of pop-up turrets. Red has just lost a lot of their build power and conversion, and that is essentially going to be the end for these players. They can no longer build, they can no longer convert, and now they're just going to be stuck with what they have left as the masses flow on through. Twig still doing his absolute best to hold, and he's even trying to push out, but unfortunately is going to be overwhelmed by this massive units that is coming in. Does look
as
like
a king, when you taste the rainbow, there isn't really a second sitting.
No. Duffy's Aphis going to the going down to the long-range firepower, and we now have that pouring into the other 2 Aphis farms. Units doing the best that they can to hold this, but unfortunately there has just been a little bit too much. Does look like this Aphis farm might actually fall to Ticks. Do love to see it. Ticks, phenomenally strong units. Great for taking damage, great for dealing damage. Just a couple left. There we go. That is the fall of the Aphis. One last set to go. 2 comms left for the Kings, both of them invisible and hidden. Twig doing his best to fight. That is a level 10 Twig comm. Somebody using the
Zap,
Konami
zap.
code again, but in the wrong place this time. Twig's level 10 com is the final boss, but it does go down. Those level 10 comms good, but not that good. Last com in the game, and a resign vote called from Usurper. Great job by the peasants. Absolute sheer overwhelming aggressiveness. Unfortunate for the kings that they did have to fall so far behind from so early on. Nothing you can do about that though. Sometimes just please do bear in mind that if you're going to play a king, please ensure that you're capable of getting to a T2 eco or even a T3 eco by that 10-minute mark. Just showing the stats, too small to really see, but let's jump on into those graphs. Damage dealt, as you can see, phenomenal play out of the yellow player. Even though the yellow player didn't manage to scale, they really did hold that top section best they could. Great play out of Duffy and out of Usurper, who absolutely capped those damages. Twig following very close there behind. Handful of the peasants players quite high on damage, but nothing quite like the kings. Twig, you unfortunately had too many players, too many kings who didn't manage to get to a fusion level of eco through that game. What do you think? What would be your biggest advice on how the kings could turn that one around in future games?
It was interesting speaking in chat. We did have 4 players in the Kings chat. Unfortunately, one of the guys in there was one of the 3 chefs building a lot of static defense. And then the other one, not too responsive, I think an ESL barrier there, or just not in comms, and unable to really coordinate what needed to be done by that 10-minute mark. As Kings, you really need to get a fusion up and have units being produced by that 9-minute mark if you want any chance to defend. I think I have a feeling if I didn't have to cover the gaps on the south and the north of my base, I could have probably pushed a lot earlier than I did, and done a lot more damage to the peasants out that right hand side. I only managed to take out 1 base in all that game, because I was too just distracted, and I'm just not good enough.
You were
It does
pulled
get
in
a
a lot
real
of
challenge
directions.
when you get stretched.
What was that, Prey?
You were pulled in a lot of directions. That one, very, very difficult to win there because you
Guys,
just could never get on the offensive.
11:30. Do we want to try this challenge of everyone versus us with plus 100?
I'd be down for that.
Yeah, we can give it a go. We don't have a queue at the moment. No, we don't. Cool. Yeah. Team is locked by the look of it.
Yes, we're not in the game. That's the problem.
There we go. You need to join the... There we go.
There we go. Somehow we made it in. So for those of you that saw this last week, we were challenged to fight the 3 of us against everyone as one of the games, so that is exactly what we're going to do.
This is a lot more players than last week.
Pardon?
A few more. This is a few more players than last week.
Yes.
Why have I been moved out of team 2?
I think I accidentally because they bounce around a bit. No, not bonus. Change team.
I mean, I'm happy to stay on team 1 with plus 100 bonus.
No, you're with us.
We're not going to take on Legion this game, to the comment in chat there.
Yes.
Just because we don't know what we're doing enough with Legion. Okay, make sure there's no bonuses outside of this. Duffy is in the corner.
Oh yeah, Duffy's gonna
be in a
set himself up with the 40-odd comms.
Okay.
Alright, so you're going to get the perspective of us from in-game this time round.
And rather than hearing us commentating on what's going on, you're going to hear us trying to respond to, oh god, he's in that corner, help.
Yep. Which
Or at least that's
will-
what I'm expecting is going to happen.
Yes.
Because that's typically what's happened most times.
Yep, there we go. Let's post the rules. There we go.
Thank you for the horde of people that are tuning in and watching this King of the Hill. We do host it every Sunday at approximately the same time. When we have had a lot of questions about hosting it at different times. I am a little bit baby locked at the moment, got a newborn, but we will try and host one at a different time to favour the US and European time zones once we hit those 1,000 subs on our YouTube, which we're pretty close to. Yeah, after we hit that, we'll lock in a day that we do that, and we'll need to come up with a funding pool so I can pay for my wife and kid to go somewhere for the day, because there's no other way she'll let me do it.
I've heard that day spas are a thing that that your missus might like.
Yeah, hopefully they take babies as well.
I'm sure you could. Oh no, it's probably a little bit young for a babysitter at this point.
Yeah, we've only got 4-month-old.
Yes.
Tom, if you can start speccing players that haven't readied up, that'd be great. There are people in the join
Do
queue.
that. Start from the bottom.
I love how someone tries to use the balance command. It's like,
No.
how do you think the balance command is going to work here? 60. Oh my god, there's 62 players on the other team.
There'll be a couple less in a sec.
Can we have like maybe one extra com? Jesus,
Yeah,
that's
I'm just messaging Nightmare right now.
this is 30 players more than last time. Oh no, sorry, 20 players more than last time.
God. Yeah.
Duffy's messaged if he can help in the middle.
You know,
I mean,
I reckon we run it as
we're gonna
is.
see. We're gonna see if we lose.
hey
I
Duffy.
suspect we might lose this one.
I'm sure Duffy is listening.
Yeah, Duffy, if you're listening, jump in with us Wednesday next week or whenever we're on, and then we'll work out something where we put you in the middle, maybe with us, maybe not, depends on what you want, and we'll feature that for next week.
Okay, I think we've
I have
got it.
messaged that now that we've told him. I've also said if we lose this, he's in next.
Oh yeah, or that works too.
Next, well, no, sorry, like as in the next one of these.
Yeah.
Which means he's probably going to absolutely get everyone around him so that we get absolutely crushed so that he can be in the middle.
Why have you given him the motivation to beat us? What are you doing,
well.
Twig?
Oh well. We won last week quite convincingly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Maybe
it got pretty
quite-
close in a
Yeah,
couple
but
of
we
spots.
also-
We had Eco die.
We also lucked into taking out Duffy early.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I'm going to get one extra com, and that's going to be our only extra bonus.
Alrighty then. Whew. Tensions are high for this one. We not sure whether we can win against this many players, but we're certainly going to try our hardest.
Oh no, and my game looks like it's broken.
Big black box at the top.
I'm just getting errors all over my screen with... I can't actually select any units. I'm guessing once the game starts, it might work. I
Yeah.
might just do
Well,
one
yeah,
of those
there's only-
reloads.
Only 29 enemies have loaded in so far.
Yeah, once everyone loads in, it should, because I can't place either, but I'm suspecting that it's everyone loading in.
Yeah.
Or anyone that does have errors with their appearance in the game, there's a /LUAUI space reload. that can be pasted into the main lobby chat, and that should actually in-game chat, and that should reset your
There we
UI.
go.
There
Yes, and
we
that
go.
fixed it for me.
indeed. Alrighty, everyone who's tuning in, we may not be quite as chatty this time round because we're going to be playing instead of commentating, but I'll just give you a quick run through of what is happening here. We do have 3 people in the middle with a plus 100 bonus, a 10-minute no rush time with the lava preventing entry, and then we have 61 players around the outside. That is a pretty scary amount, especially considering the OS of some of these players. If you look through, we have some absolute legends in the as our opponents, including Duffy at a OS 46, as well as many other veterans from the AllReasonNoLogic community. One of the reasons we mention Duffy is because he has built a bit of a reputation for being able to match the King's eco. Does look like a forced start vote has been called. I'm actually kind of okay with that, because there is not a lot of setup to be done here.
Yeah, it's through the mixes, wait until you get the second one and work out whether you're building a solar or a wind.
Exactly. But with the plus 100, the wind is always pretty bloody good. And we are on the correct scenes, which is what we want. And
And the song begins.
the song of the 1,000 command begins.
I didn't get my comm. Here we go. I got it
There it is.
on call.
Nice.
Give him a second to be able to drop it in.
No, I need it immediately.
Uh,
I'm already stalling.
How are you already stalling?
because he's terrible at the game, and he
Yeah, I'm
doesn't.
stalling.
He goes straight into his lab like a numpty.
I did last week get the comms straight onto Win, so I could go straight into the lab, not even a mix. Discord streamer mode on.
Don't know what. I mean, it's not on. So
Yeah.
Apparently Discord has streamer mode on. There's like an option. Anyway.
yeah, I can't stop to do that at the moment.
Yeah, I haven't heard any recently because we're the only ones that are in here. But that's alright. We will work it out as we go. If you guys are like me, at the moment, you're currently very busy trying to do the things.
Do the things.
Go build me metal.
Oh shit.
Enemy commander
Yes.
destroyed.
Straight up.
I don't remember what we did last week.
What do you mean?
Not coming back to me.
An allied commander self-destructed.
What are you doing? Okay. That's...
We are. Yeah, I'm. I should have practiced this. Before
Panic.
we were going to do it again.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Like I said, if we lose, we lose.
Yeah. We won the first one. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Oh, win late low. That's what was fucking me. That's what it was.
Yep, that is brutal. Build that.
Oh, I have an extra comm. That's nice.
Yeah, I think we all do.
I think because it looks like it's pretty tough out there for us.
destroyed.
Need more power.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Almost halfway.
Jesus, I'm doing so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, compared to last time.
I build my G.
Enemy
Someone's
commander
destroying my
destroyed.
nexus.
An allied commander self-destructed.
Oh, I haven't put it out there.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
There's so many enemy comms going down.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember, Davi is going to come through with something disgusting.
Yep.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
You forgot lane.
Enemy commander
Oh, no, you
destroyed.
haven't.
Yeah, I kind of did. It's getting there. It'll have stuff. It's just not gonna have a T1 build on it.
Why am I hearing stuff?
Because they're shooting at one of mine. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal.
Wrong units. And the boys are here. You can go, mate.
T2 unit detected.
More converters.
Oh, I'm lagging.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
the
that,
map change.
Yeah.
Feel that, don't you?
We do have 492 max.
Build bigger units.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we keep forgetting to do that, don't we?
Warning, mines were detected. Enemy commander destroyed.
Early damage.
Build my converters, damn it. Remember, walls break walls.
Yep. And backlines blow up.
Enemy commander destroyed.
What the? Why is my lab not built? Oh, I'm out of units. This is
Throw 'em
super
into the-
hard with unit restrictions.
Ah, with spam.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm holed up with those Jags on the north. Just wait for what's coming behind.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Alright, go now.
You're overflowing metal. Enemy
Yeah, I
commander
can't build
destroyed.
anything.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Have we made it in up there? Yes, we have.
Made it in, but I can't do anything because I got no units.
Yeah, this is
built-
we forgot to turn the unit cap off, and this is a big problem.
There's some stuff down there.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Bottom side is open for business.
Nice.
T3 unit detected.
Where is it? Okay, Duffy must be at the top. It is Duffy at the top right. We need to focus on that.
Yeah.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, unit cap has absolutely fucked us.
Yeah, this is I cannot spend.
I'm not.
I need
capped yet,
to
but,
T3 transition.
you can spam T3.
Yeah.
I mean, if we just focus on this north and kill Duffy, we might be in for a chance.
The song of our people.
One of Duffy's comms.
Yeah.
No, it's me going the bottom side as well.
T3 unit is ready. Commander destroyed.
Two of Duffy's comms. Keep pushing with those balls. Still good. Alright, where's that Cortex? I need to build some Cortex T3.
Commander destroyed.
Oh, how am I out of middle?
It's a good thing. Or converters.
Oh, there were defenses on top of my base. God damn it.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, we really do have to focus on Duffy, Tom.
No, I think it's too focused. Bottom side.
Okay. Ah, he's built freaking shields. That's genius.
Bottom side is starting to push in.
Alright, we lose, we lose.
Yeah.
Build your counter intrusions.
Stealthy units detected.
No, damn.
Where are they? Oh shit. Just lucky I built one. I definitely need a bigger eco than this.
Yep.
Have you made it into the bottom left at all?
No.
I haven't hit the full like eco at the back of right, but I've hit some of it.
Destroyed.
Oh shit, we got demons on the bottom. I got nothing there for it either. I got a commander actually. I have a close to the commander.
While Stuffy's a threat, if we can contain him,
Yeah, I might not stop this if you guys can send everything into the middle.
Yep. Yeah, we're not stopping that.
I did not realise the bottom was lost. Sorry.
I did
yeah,
say.
I've been trying to.
I did say.
I need loud lasers. Can I have a fusion?
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
Let's not stop until it's over.
Yep.
I mean, Duffy is about to come online, unfortunately, though. Oh, you got a massive army there doing nothing. Yeah, build power. Just run it up the guts of something, Tom. Maybe up there and then that way, Tom. You can go over there. Because that there was so undefended. Back there. No? Alright.
I've cracked this side before.
No. Up here there was a ramp that was very undefended.
Enemy commander destroyed.
On the north there's some Razorbacks coming in.
Yeah.
Somehow perfectly dodging me. Tom,
Oh,
wake
damn.
up. Fuck. I
I'm
literally just said it.
busy on the bottom.
Make him
too.
invisible. Make him invisible. Make him invisible.
An allied commander has died.
I don't hear that comp. Yeah, we've got a T211 able to build me a couple T2 constructors.
Yeah. No shot.
Bottom side. To come.
Yeah, the bottom's about to fall again. The top's about to fall, left's about to
Top's
fall, right's
fine.
about to fall.
Top's fine.
Alright, well, you
Yeah.
might want to turn around because you're going to lose.
It's top is not fine, Twig. It's fine because my units are there.
Bottom's held. Oh, the fuck was that?
That was offensive power.
I don't know what popped that. My base is dead.
Hey, you still got eco. What have you got to build though? I got not much to give you.
With my
Give
build
you
tower.
builder.
Got no idea what hit it. I don't have any labs to build.
I'll
Unit,
14
like-
on the south.
I don't have any way to build constructors at the moment. Oh, we never killed that comm, did we? Should be what it was.
If you want to rebuild from here, Tom, as this to get your stuff started.
I've got some stuff. I just lost the vast majority of my build power. Is more my issue.
Yeah. But yeah, once we seeded ground in this bottom level, we were in big trouble.
Duffy scares me right now.
I'm not so concerned. Like, yes, but also we're kind of half-assed killing a bunch of these other ones. It's the
I'm showing you
comms.
which is the weakest lane was. Is there a lane that you guys have broken that you don't reckon's rebuilt?
This area here. This area here. Is
All of those
half
have made it
broken.
in.
Yeah.
On which one of yours is the weakest? Because I'm gonna come up with you.
I've made it down. This one, this one, this one, this
In the
one,
last
and that
few
one.
minutes?
This one.
Yeah.
Ah, there's ticks and stuff. Oh, my base is about to go again. I can't stop this. I've got nowhere to produce units.
What do you
Hey,
need?
John, mate, your commander needs to be invisible, bro. Before
He
you ever move
is.
it.
I can't produce units.
Actually doing some damage with these marauders.
Detected. An allied commander has died.
I think this one's a loss.
Destroyed.
Yeah, the fact that we can't really use ticks is a big problem.
Yeah, the unit cap is I think I must have died to a tick or something that popped my base. Coming around the side here.
I wish I built more orders. These are actually still alive.
Yeah, not having the spam to be able to clear out in front means that you can't.
Remembering to just keep building on your build power. Oh,
Because having things to scout comms for you is great.
north. Duffy's finally attacked. Yeah, those D-guns happening.
There we go. That's yes. Shotgun. Oh dear.
While Stuffy's definitely one of the stronger ones, being able to kill some of them might be the plan if we're just not making progress up there.
Oh, 100%. I wasn't attacking just him.
I'm at unit cap again.
Give them to me.
Yeah, give the units to Tom. That's it.
You should basically be able to keep throwing units at me.
Yep.
I will keep on losing them. There's no way to get up that ramp with that many.
I really want to get my SARS to do their thing. Do you still have a counter intrusion? Because I did lose mine.
Nah, mine did. What was that noise?
That was a weird
Been
noise.
Launching a ton of
Okay.
stunning missiles so I can get a whole bunch of stuff through here.
Yep.
That topside falling real hard.
Not enough to defeat a jug though.
No.
Yeah, half an hour in.
Yeah. The 60 is a bit much because every co-op corner has insane amounts of stuff.
Oh, next time we do it with Duffy, I guess, and take a quarter each.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Right,
against
decent
this
breakfast.
many. The other thing is that'll take a whole bunch of power out of one of the corners.
I think we won't need to prolong this that much longer.
No.
No, I think we can call that pretty much.
Just yours, Prey.
GG.
Beat the
Battle ended.
Gico.
Well, that
I
was
destroyed a bunch.
yes. We did
I
do a
produced so
lot.
many resources that I produced a negative amount, apparently. It exceeded positive and went negative.
Yeah.
Ah, we got infinite at the end, but look at that.
Oops.
That was too tough.
That was too tough.
What did we get? I managed to clear out most of this bottom side.
Hit my most APM ever, though. I got 131.
My biggest mistake was when I came up against this player. I tried to fight them. I should have just left and gone
Oh.
another way.
Left?
The top left-hand side with all the LRTs down. I should have just gone another way because it just took me too long to push in, and I wasn't doing anything. I was just killing nothing.
Yeah, I ended up. Twig, as it turns out, every single ramp on my half was cleared.
Yeah. Yeah, you did good. You guys did really good damage. You're probably right. We should have just focused on killing all the bases around
Yeah,
the crater.
around the
and not
circle,
the
and
corners
then
at all.
leave the eco corners to do their thing,
Yeah.
and then push up under them.
All right, let's do one more, I reckon, and that's it.
Yeah,
from
I reckon
the
one
from
more
me.
will be me done for the night.
Yes. We'll finish this one up on a normal game, and then that'll be it.
I am happy for it to have maybe. Do you want any modifications to the standard rules?
If they want to put Legion on, I think that's fine for the last one.
All right, 8 kings.
What have we got for comments and stuff that have happened since then? Some questions about radar and anti-radar.
Whereabouts are those?
The official Twitch.
The official Twitch.
So-
That's interesting. I don't have those ones.
That's right. So radars will help you see things that aren't under an anti-radar. You'll only see them as blips on the map, and depending on whether you've got the pinpointers or not, they'll wiggle around. So you won't get the exact locations of them.
Okay.
Then the counter radar is just a complete and total block to any radar penetration. So you've got T1s that you can build that are reasonably small but effective. Then in T2 you can build much larger ones, but you can also build mobile ones, both out of the bot lab and the vehicle lab. And so you can prevent enemies from seeing you coming without having actual vision. So basically, if you're in fog of war and there's a radar, then you can see little dots. But if you're in fog of war and there's either no radar or a radar jammer that you're within the bounds of, then they can't see. Your units. It allows you to attack from the fog of war without them being able to do much about it.
And then with what was it? Would it be viable to build enough build power to spam T3 fast enough to make up for the build cap?
Yes, it is viable to do it if we're left alone for a very long time to scale up. So
It takes a lot of space to be able to get enough build towers to spam T3.
Yeah.
And the thing is, whilst having lots of them is great, having the spam, a lot of the reasons for it is your vision, so that they can fire at full range and you can have some idea of what you're walking into.
So
And it really helps with things like finding comms, which I found a lot of comms by my stuff dying, and that's a big metal investment to lose to D guns when you don't have the massive things that can bump into stuff along the way, which is largely how you find invisible things.
Yep. The other thing to note is that if you want to use T3 as spam, a tick costs what, 18 metal or something like that. Anyway, a tick is very, very cheap. A Razorback is 3,800 metal. Spam comes out in number of units per in number of units per second, and you need you need to be able to match that. So you need an income of many times more than 3,800 metal a second. That's huge. We were at, as a combined for a team, we wouldn't have capped over 2,000 metal a second, I don't think, during that.
Yeah, I think I got to about 1,000 at one point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely didn't have as much as I kind of wanted, partly because I was real busy trying to do the fighting.
Yeah.
And whilst I did set a builder to build Aphis and stuff, to have enough time to come back to deal with your eco to then get back to fighting gets real challenging.
Then to answer the next question, how many players we're trying to fit in, the lobby's basically open for as many as are willing to play. The balance is best when there's around about 40 peasants and 8 kings. It's possible to do more than that. However, if you stack the kings with very, very strong players, then it is possible to do better than that.
We've seen some wins and losses on both sides this evening, haven't we?
Yeah, we've had a absolutely catastrophic loss for the kings, where the peasants got super offensive. We've had a long game where the kings ended up winning that one. We've had a
I
peasant
didn't realize
win
that
on,
went as long as it did.
Yep. We've had a peasant win on a different map. Duffy is absolutely insane. T3 at 10 minutes as a peasant eco was a real game changer. Never let Ollie scale. And then we've just had the one where we were in the middle as a 3. We didn't quite manage to win that one. Lots of damage was dealt, but we just didn't have the APM or the units to push on through. Something that I would love to do if we try this again in the future is just up the unit cap so that we can actually spam things in the middle. Because transitioning to a handful of T3 units instead of lots of T2 units in that mid-game point, I felt was a bit of a hampering, and then using grunts or pawns as spam instead of ticks certainly consumed a lot of metal. Not that we were capping out on metal, but it just wasn't as they're not as fast and they're not as disposable as the ticks. So it was, it's a learning thing. We're not claiming that we're aces in the middle. Just a bit of fun to do.
All right, this is our last game.
If it goes for...
Unfortunately, only a couple of subscribers for tonight. So if any of you would like to see a few of these replays, our analysis of the games. Also, Pradith's road to OS 25. He's slowly working his way up. He's been jealous of my OS, so he's decided to actually get on board the PvP games.
Jealous of your OS. You
I'm
basically
joking.
came begging. It was like, Pradith, we don't have any content. What could we possibly do for content? And I was like, I guess I'll do a road to 25. I struggle with multiplayer. I like PvE.
All right, guys. Anyway, sub if you would like to see those games. Links in the description of our videos. Just search for AllReasonNoLogic, or I'll post it in the chat in game.
Also, I did enjoy the road to 25, and we are potentially going to expand that out to something a bit bigger. But yes, it was certainly the start of it was certainly a bit rough for me, but the end felt pretty good once I swapped to Armada. The new grunts are just amazing. Well, I don't even think the new pawns, I don't think that they're actually much different to how they used to be, but without the grunt to counter them, absolutely fantastic.
I just really hope they wind back that restriction they put on the grunts with their range. I'd like to see it halfway in between where it was and where it is now. I understand the last Alpha Cup, there was a big, the most recent one, everyone said the pawn's too OP. The one before that, it was the grunt was too OP. Just because you could keep the range, like when a pawn was trying to chase down a grunt, you could just kill it before it got to you. Now it's a case of the grunts can't get away fast enough.
Alrighty
Okay.
then, while everyone loads in, let's quickly give everyone a rundown of what's going on over here. Sorry to those that have heard it before, but to new listeners, I'm sure you will appreciate this. King of the Hill, we place a handful of players in the middle with a bonus. There's a 10-minute no rush timer, and then we swarm the outside with peasants. If the peasants work well enough together, they will win. If the kings manage to roll over some peasants and get a foothold in the top and start sweeping around, the kings will win. There are some updates. There are some times where that formula gets flipped on its head. Like, for example, sending juggernauts into the middle. Those things do explode, and the middle is so damn dense that one chain reaction can spell doom for everyone. What the peasants should be looking out for is kings that are quite weak. Sorry, it is now well and truly 1 AM over here,
It's
so a
late.
couple of slips of the tongue. What the peasants should be looking out for is any king that is weak on the front line, so anyone who either ecoed too hard or is inexperienced, and try to push through, because once you get to that middle, it means that the rest of the kings cannot get offensive on their lane. You can take pressure off and you can hopefully destroy them. Kings, what everyone wants to see out of you guys is absolute overwhelming force down one particular lane, and if your lane is too heavily defended, go attack someone else's. It's all good. Couple of restrictions on this one. No air. One of the reasons that's something which people ask a lot about. Why is there no air? The kings would have to invest so much into anti-air to defend an area this big. In that first 10 minutes, it would make everything else almost impossible. Not to mention, if anything does get past, it could cripple all of the kings because all of their eco is so densely packed. The next one, no structures used offensively, so that means do not offensively nuke. I know nukes are turned off, but it's an example. Do not offensively Juno, so that means only Juno defensively, only Juno on your side of the ramps. The reason for this is that the kings have limited space, and the kings have very limited ways of dealing with it. If you fire artillery at the kings, it will hit somewhere. Peasants, and also if you fire something at a king and take 1/8 of the kings out, you are taking 1/8 of the whole team out. If you fire on a peasant, you're taking 1/50th out. Big difference right there, even though we don't condone either side using them.
Battle started.
This is the battle starting. Just another huge thank you to Chrono, who made this lava possible using some techno wizardry. Somehow managed to turn ramps into dishes for lava. Don't know how, but can't thank him enough for doing it, because it has changed the way that this works. It makes it super obvious where people should not go. So we really do appreciate that, and one day hopefully we'll be able to get our own official version of the map that's even stronger than this one. Now, jumping on in Twig and Tank Tom. Oh, Twig, why don't you explain what you want to see out of the kings, then after that, Tank Tom, tell me what you want to see out of the different play positions from the peasants.
Alright, so in the king's position, you got kind of two options. Either you can commie up with someone, maybe a buddy next to you. There are 8 kings, so maybe 4 groups of 2. Or you can just go it alone. Both viable options. You can get up by the 10 minutes a fusion, a T2 lab. If you're really greedy, maybe even a T3 lab off of a couple fusions. You want to be sending out constructors to get all those mexes. There's enough for 7 mexes for each of the 8 commanders. Remember that you do have that 45% bonus, so you don't need to build anywhere near as much wind or solar to get yourself to that T2 economy as you usually would. As I'm saying that, I'm still seeing some energy bottoming out for most of these commanders. No one reclaiming these crystals in the middle, actually. 1 or 2 players should be reclaiming the crystals. What I do like to see these days as well, which I don't do, is build vehicles. Those construction vehicles can traverse across the land at about a speed of 20 faster than the bots. So getting those mixes up faster, realizing that metal's really good. If you do commie eco, you do get your T2 a bit faster, but you also do lose the opportunity to reclaim the lab for that extra bonus metal. So yeah, I do like to just do it solo, unless I've got maybe someone that really knows how I play next to me, someone like Prey. I know we used to do that. We haven't played in the middle together for a while. Maybe we're going to get on that next week. In the 8-person situation, that is. These 3-player ones, like last game, a little bit different. But anyway, we are 2 minutes in. Tom, you can talk about the peasants.
So from the peasants, what we want to see is some solid ecos in those corner positions. Just having a look around, we can see we've got a T2 lab that's up for the bottom left. And similarly coming up for the others, we've got T2 labs, or single T2 lab coming up for bottom left, and top right. Bottom right looks to be largely going it alone for each of the players down there. So we probably won't see as much aggression out of them. But ideally we'd like to see those assisting with those T2 labs, getting those constructors out to everyone to help build those mexes, and then having a solid chunk of units ready and waiting to go as soon as that lava drops, or that 10-minute mark. If you've got about 20 units, there's a very high likelihood that you'll be able to find a gap. And if you've got, say, half of the players all pushing in at once, suddenly you go from, being, have I finished my defenses? Do I have my units up? Oh, it's going to be tight, to, oh god, I need to defend, half the map. I don't have the units. Panic.
Hot tip, everyone. We've seen a couple comm detonations from the around the map. On the north, you can see it smartly done by the Armada wreckage of the teal player on the north of the map, slightly up on the hill. On the right-hand side of the map, and very much pun intended, hot tip, having to hill the land just to be able to get to that commander, because you can see a construction bot already going down trying to get there. This lava has been placed just below the surface of the map, hence the glows that you're getting on the edge of the map. So if you do detonate your commander, you're going to create a nice little divot.
I'm going to jump in here, and we're seeing something very interesting out of the Kings this time that we haven't seen before, and that is one player taking all the mexes down the middle as well as a couple around the outside, building the T2 lab in the middle, and then distributing that T2. Now, there are pros and cons to doing this. The pro is that you only have to invest in one T2 lab, and then you're going to have a central person who's most likely going to go into pretty heavy eco, potentially come on swing through with lots of T2 or some T3 at that 10-minute mark. We do see quite a lot of, we do see the T2 builders going out at around about the 5-minute mark. They're going to start getting those mexes down for people. This is good. It's early T2, and it means you don't have to have that T2 investment. However, there is a flip side to this. All the players that made this happen gave a couple of wind at the beginning to allow the pink player to go straight into this. And the other big thing, this is I think probably going to be the biggest one. They lose the value of reclaiming their T2 lab to get the fusion. They lose the value of doing that. So they're losing a large chunk of metal, and a lot of them haven't reclaimed their T1 labs either, so they're losing that too. So the question is, getting those T2 mexes up earlier a good idea, or is getting the reclaim a good idea? And only time will tell for this one, but I'm really excited to see what happens and to see how this goes. It does look like the pink player only having to defend one entrance, the red player taking 3 in exchange for that T2 builder. I'm going to be really interested to see if this plays out, because this could potentially be a new meta. Though if I were to guess on how it would be best played in the future, I would rather see something similar to what's happened with Duffy, where they get that 1-minute T2, distribute out to everyone, share wind, that sort of thing. Because interestingly enough, it's almost better to get a APHIS, in fact, when I say almost, I mean it's because I'm unsure, not because it's either one way or the other. It could potentially be better to get an APHIS with conversion than to bother getting your T2 mexes around the map. Not sure on that one, but it would be very interesting to see a player like Duffy Theory craft a play like this in the middle and then execute it with some good players, if that's something that he's interested in doing. Twig, Tank Tom, what do you reckon of this change in the normal strat?
I like the timing of it. It was early enough that it was beneficial to the rest of the players. If it comes up at that sort of 5-minute mark, that's about the point when everyone can build their own anyway. But the T2 builders were arriving kind of at or before that 5-minute mark, which means that it's probably going to be beneficial. We'll have to wait and see when we hit that 10-minute mark to see where everyone's at. We've got a fusion up already. Aphis going down.
One big
Probably-
thing with this game compared to, say, 2 games ago when we had a similar player count, they do have a plus 55 bonus in the middle compared to the usual 45. I didn't realize that had happened. And
I think that's
what have we
largely
got?
because
35,
they're
38, and
less
56 bonus.
less experienced as kings, and it definitely plays a bit different being in the middle because you've got the extra resources. Build power is a huge limiting factor compared to typically, because you end up with enough resources that spending them becomes the challenge.
Looking around the map at the peasant side of things, we've got our first fusions and the like up in the corners. We do have an Aphis that is well and truly on its way to coming out. I think I can't overly tell because of the pings. Yeah, it's about halfway out, so that should potentially be some strong corner power. But looking at the king space, we've got 1 minute 30 to go, and there's definitely a bit of a deficit to power out of a couple of these lanes. The very top and the very bottom, I think, are going to struggle quite hard through the rest of this game.
I think for Red, that was he tried to build an Aphis, realized he didn't have the build power, it wasn't going to be up in time, and decided to
might
switch
be an
back to a
accidental.
fusion.
Oh, left
So I think it was-
and right are fine. It's top and bottom that are going to struggle.
Yes, that is a severe lack of economy.
Yeah. Yes.
Some advanced solos going down. I have been enjoying advanced solos recently just because they build so quickly. So when you've got resources to spend and build power available, they're a good way to get that energy boosting.
Yes, they are. They do help. They do help if you try to go straight into an Aphis on this map. You can put a couple of those down just to balance your energy. If you're going to try and do that, my recommendation is aim for 1,000 energy a second. That allows you to get an Aphis pretty well in this map on the plus 45. 10 seconds to go. Lava will disappear. There will be a slight jolt in the map when that happens. And then it will be game on. Looking around the map though, not a huge amount to be happening at that 10-minute mark. In fact, I only see some
Not one
very
peasant
small forces out of the peasants. We have a group of 7 blitzers going in. And that's it. That's it for this
Run to the
10-minute
bottom
mark.
right. Yeah, this is not good for the
Unfortunately, they're
peasants.
into the defended lanes.
Yes. So there
You can
is,
see
they
on the
are
bottom
sneaking
left.
past a little bit.
Those blitzers getting through, and once you're past the defenses, keep on running.
Yes, I would have liked to see these welders a little bit deeper in, but even if they take out that mechs, not a big loss because it is only a tier 1 mechs. There we go. That is them cleared out, and it does look like we're going to have a super passive game for now. We do have a...
Coming out of pink on the right side for the Kings.
Marauders are a unit that you can use in this. Whether I would recommend that or not so much. These are a unit that doesn't deal with density very well. They're a great... They're in multiplayer, they're a fantastic unit because they're very fast, and that speed allows you to get strong T3 into the back lines and destroy eco. In something like this where you have to push through lanes, they just don't have that pushing power, and they really...
Push on the right hand, the left hand side with the red.
Yes.
Going through them.
Red
Mad
getting out. Good
D-guns.
D-guns.
Absolutely mad D-guns. Enough still get through that a lot of damage is going to be done, but that was absolutely insane. That com up to 35 kills, and it does look like Chiva
More good
will
D-guns
manage
coming
to
out there.
clean that up. And now
Lost some wind, but only losing some wind is a good trade for that many units coming down the ramp.
And with that, the blue player did try to push in behind it, thinking that there would be no units, but red does have enough economy to spam out this T1 and clean those up nicely.
I do like the response of immediately going in after, hoping that there wasn't going to be anything, because more often than not, there isn't. And if it had been, say, at the other ramp, then there was a good chance he could have made it in.
Does look like a push in the top right-hand corner. Some snipers with a couple of blitzers in front, as well as a stout push heading in from the lane next to it. Does look like these players are coordinating because while that's going on, the dark purple player is making their way in as well. Unfortunately, this push has effectively been blunted, but the snipers could still get a lot done. They don't have a lot of energy behind them though, so that bar does need to be dragged up so that more than one can shoot at a time. Still reasonably passive game going on. The Kings are scaling nicely. They're currently sitting at 3/4 of the eco of the Peasants, and that is not something that is going to be that's not a comfortable position for the Peasants. If the Peasants had super corners, yeah, it'd be fine. But the Peasants currently not overly scaling in the corners, which means that the Kings are going to be catching them at a rate of knots, so long as any sort of economy is being put down and built in the background. And we do see an APHIS coming up. We do see some wind scaling, and we will see hopefully a lot more of that going on. It does look like the left corner is trying to activate. They've sent some spam in, but that is being cleaned up right now by Starlights. We have got some offensive persecutors up on that top left side. That is not something that players are allowed to have going. Twig, if you can ping that one for removal.
Seems to be Marauders are the player of the game this time around. Got Marauders on both sides. Push coming out of this right-hand side. We'll see if they can make it up the ramp.
The thing which is crazy is that Beamers don't actually trade badly with Marauders. If you have a decent number of Beamers, they can actually do a lot of damage to Marauders. Look at it, just look at that one at the front. This is an expensive T3 unit, and a handful of Beamers has just knocked down several of them. They're still going to get through, and because of the way that the wind has been built, there's still a great opportunity for a lot of damage, but this was what I was talking about the pushing power being a problem and the density being a problem. A lot of them getting taken out on their way in, and then struggling to make do because of just a handful of defenses. On the other side, though, the Marauders do push in a little bit more successfully, but even still, there is only the one left in the back line, not doing super well right
They did manage to take a commander out on their way in, and as a king, that's the best sound you can hear. Enemy commanders dying.
Yes,
because then it means there's one less thing to degun your T3 when it comes through.
Oh man, something which always terrifies me anytime that I push is like, am I going to run my units into a comm, and am I going to lose them all to a degun?
Mm-hmm.
And that is not the thing that you want to have happen. Some efficient trades
Always
going on.
on the right with these Marauders, because they are just coming in continuously.
Yep.
Despite taking damage, they are managing to.
Well, the interesting
Take out
thing
what
is that they
threats
some of the
for them.
density that I said they'd have trouble with is cleared up, and now they're doing a good job. It's almost like I set
into
myself up
bases.
to be right either way, just like good commentators do. But yes, I never said the Marauders couldn't be
Ooh.
effective, just that I don't think that
Fiends
they
in
were
the
any
middle.
more effective than Bulls might have been.
Yeah,
And
get in
because
the
of
middle.
going into that T3, they have allowed for some units to get into the middle, and this is relatively undefended here with most of the units available to protect coming out of a T2 lab or a T3 lab. I don't think there's enough in here to take out the APHIS, but that certainly was distressing, and it has put the the light pink player on the back foot here, losing some of the mexes, losing some of the wind. Good catch right there. Does look like the top right corner is pushing spam in front of the snipers, but it does look like yellow is holding. And looking at the charts, just gonna wait for the reclaim to balance itself out before we determine what the actual incomes are. But if those are holding steady without reclaim, then it is sitting at around about 100% bonus towards the peasant side of things, which is quite the difference. This strategy in the middle, whilst it did look like it could have potential, I don't think it changed the face of the game right out of the gate. I think the thing which is more likely to change the game is how a lot of if all the kings are capable of playing their role and getting that T2 T3 energy production online in that 10 minutes. I think that's probably slightly more impactful than the sharing of the
Ideally, what
Lovely
you like to see
comms.
from the Kings is that they continue to build some of that eco.
Yes.
I know it gets real challenging when you stretch for APM when you're fighting on the front lines and trying to deal with all the things that are happening, but just setting, a builder to just have a queue to keep going, so that, a few minutes down the line, you've got more eco to produce more units to keep fighting on that front line.
Does look like the Marauders doing decently well on the left-hand side, clearing up yet another comm and now marching through the bases. One thing that I definitely recommend, once you are into the enemy bases, don't worry too much about clearing out the defenses on the ramp. Just keep those units wandering around in the back lines, picking off whatever you can. Lost 3 to demons and Carganes that probably didn't need to be lost, and had they made their way up and towards the back, could have had a much larger impact on a couple of defenses. Twig, what have you seen?
I'm just looking at what you're doing, what you're looking at. The Rauders aren't the best for King of the Hill, but God, they are fun to use. They are fast, and just you can keep them just out of the range of a commander if you micro them really well. Sometimes I'll do better with one Marauder than I'll do with a handful of them.
Does look like Orange is in a bit of trouble here, with some Tiger tanks pushing through and taking out a lot of that build power. They will be cleaned up by these Fiends, but that is the T3 lab stalled out of that player, and since they have eaten that T2 lab, they're not going to be able to get many defenses out. So if there was any sort of push at this time, which, oh look, there is, this could be a rather large problem. We do need the Cream player to step in and assist Orange, because without that it will turn into a much bigger deal. One Tiger pushing in. Will it get the... No, it won't. Targeted the wrong thing. Could have potentially grabbed a little bit of that conversion, but did not. Orange is in trouble though, because without that extra build power, going to need support from all the players around it. Starlight's pushing in out of the Cream player, but those are definitely needed for defense more than anything else right now. They are taking a good amount of damage from Azar, as well as some... I think it's actually just Azar. And a Negotiator.
It's that point in time now where I do feel the Kings really had that advantage. The eco's been in the lower double digits of difference, where usually we see it in the higher double digits between the peasants and the Kings, and that difference on the top right of your screen. And because the Kings haven't been able to take out enough peasants in the first minutes, similar to two games ago when I was a King, it's allowed those corners to now come online, and we are seeing just a little bit too much to overwhelm the Kings. Even Red, who is doing very well, has had the ramps plugged by Green and a few other players, and now it's allowing for some counter attacks.
Good pressure from this bottom side, being able to push in. There's been constant pressure both from the Kings and from the peasants on this bottom side, and at the moment the peasants definitely have the advantage.
Yes, with the blue players pushing well and truly into Orange, Orange is about to lose his fusion that is attached to his build power. That is going to be a big problem. The player decided to grab... Or not?
Oh, he's going to get that one.
There
He does get it.
There we go. Decided to get that extra fusion instead of a T2 lab, which has not paid off for them. 2 invisible fusions there, but they will be seen momentarily, and then they will also go down. And this is a nice big open hole into the base, and it does allow them...
Good use of scuttles.
Where?
Right there. Scuttles have popped all the build power for that base.
Very, very nice. We do like scuttles. But with this part of the base being opened up... That was a scuttle... There are scuttle explosions happening all around. A couple of lag spikes going on right now. Apologies for that one. But looking around, the next target does seem to be the Cream player, though I think that if you massed enough T1, you'd be able to go very heavily into the middle of the map. Some T3 coming to defend that spot. Not a bad idea to keep attacking. This base is so dense that taking out a couple of things like these hardened energy storages and fusions will pop the build power and then take away this player's ability to fight back.
If I was the peasants in this bottom right corner, I would just... Everyone should just come online. They should
Rush the Cream player right now, and that'll win you the game.
There's too many players right now still building pork, and not units.
Does look like Green is now into red space with these welders. This eco was built very deep into the donut, and that allowed for a very quick assault from the green player and no reaction time from the red player. Red doing their best, but unfortunately they now have welders and snipers in. Their economy is going down very, very quickly. They've just lost a huge chunk of their build power, and I think that was all of their conversion. So their metal production now is incredibly low. The APHIS are at risk, and the snipers are taking their toll with a couple of Kargis in front to defend. These snipers should be able to do a lot of damage. Thankfully, the demon identifying the red player identifying it and pushing the demon and other units into those snipers, taking those out. But that's a huge setback, and that's popped the loss of those two of that 1.5 players has dropped the red eco down by almost 500 energy. Sorry, 500 metal, which is going to be a big problem for the team, because now it is a 100% difference between the kings and the peasants, and we've all seen what happens when there is a 100% difference. Looking at the top side of the map, the white player has come on line. In fact, I think there's 2 white players have come on line to a decent extent. They've pushed the maroon player back, and this is starting to look a bit like a couple of the other games we've had tonight. Just a few of the Kings players just that little bit ill prepared, and then that starts to tip the scales constantly. However, we do have an attack coming up out of red. Red is getting on the offensive again with their massive units, and is going to try to beat their way back into this fight. They've found an opening, and they are pushing with it. A couple of fiends and grunts going to be able to do good amounts of damage, and I actually agree with that. Skip the comm, try and get the eco damage on the high ground, but unfortunately APM stall means that the units are not being grabbed and pushed to the very edges where they need to go. Big fiend push heading towards cream, but with that line of bulls there, it does look like that has been deflected, so the peasant is now
Green
moving.
getting fiends in from the right hand side though.
Those fiends, are they faster than Marauders? Speed of 83 versus speed of 95. No, the Marauders are faster. They will be able to chase them down. But this really is showing how much the team is being picked apart. We have 2 kings in the same corner, all struggling a little bit. All struggling. And unless the rest of the team swings about to try and clear this up, this could be the demolishment of the center position. The kings at the center. It does look like the kings have received a little bit of bonus eco in this one to try and balance things out just a little bit, considering how much of the back foot they're on. Unfortunately though, cream has just lost their, I think that was their comm, and it does look like they might be about to lose their fusion and therefore build power. So even with all the resources in the world, that is not going to help them
spend them.
build power.
It doesn't turn into units.
There. I'm surprised we didn't get an infinite resource build power in
I think
the
we
previous
did
one.
right at the end, but for me I had no build power left at that point,
but
so it didn't make any difference.
the issue we had was mostly
APM.
the unit cap.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the unit cap was what did us in. I don't know whether it was less this time round or not.
It was smaller for sure. I remember it being 600 and something last week. It was 400 and something this week.
That explains why it was so rough for us. But that does mean that next time we'll just need to bump that up so that we can actually have a fighting chance.
I think for the whole game, like that unit cap's worked out on, because there was an extra 20 players in the game, so that makes sense maybe.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I really don't know how it works. The only thing that I thought was that it was 2,000 divided by the team, but that doesn't make sense in an 8v8 game, because that would not be very many units per player. And considering that build power is such a big important thing, if you look at the kings right now, between all of them they have 300 plus build turrets just in one faction. They have almost 500 build turrets between them, so that 2,000 for the whole team sounds like it could be a bit rough when spam is one of those essential things needed to break through the eco splits. Does look like we're starting to get a bigger push coming from the top side of the map, this time T2 instead of T1. We have Sheldons, we have Mausers, we have Ambassadors. They're fighting into some rough units, such as the Mammoths and a couple of their own Arbiters and Sheldons, but this is a massive force to be pushing in, and with spam, it probably will be quite successful in doing so, unless another player can come in and help. Does look like Yellow's trying to get on the counter-offensive and siege using the Vanguards. There's actually something that would be very much so worth us considering doing if we're playing. If we do end up doing that challenge again in the middle, just set up some Vanguards to blanket fire all of the high ground positions. just deny all that. I know that's something I really should have looked into while I was playing, but while you're playing, you don't always make the best of decisions. Does look
You're
like...
busy trying to do all the things and then forget some of the simple stuff.
Yes, you definitely do. Does look like the T2 lab going down for the Maroon player, and now they're in pretty dire straits. There is a Titan, but it is heading for its own defense more than anything else. And it does look like the map is in a struggle state for quite a lot of these players. Red has been very, very, very successful with a counter-offensive. All of this fire just melting through absolutely everything. But these were the units that were made during that moment of infinite eco, and now that they have been cleaned up, Red doesn't have.
Oh, we're going to
actually,
see
they do have
yellow
a decent-
eco go down from a whole bunch of ambassadors at distance. Last missile coming down right now.
Where? Oh, yep, there we go. Yellow taking too much damage right there. Those long-range ambassadors just taking a wild ping, or potentially they knew exactly where it was, one way or the other. But that now drops the Kings to 1.5 million metal income, and they are having trouble spending it against the 1.5 million metal income.
Yeah, we've got another one of those sneaky infinite resources on the red base.
Right. I was quite shocked for a moment there. I was like, wait, why are the Kings doing so well at this exact moment? But build power being what build power is, I don't actually think that there will be enough to stop this push from above, as long as these units just keep spamming straight on in and they hit that build power even just a little bit. That will all chain react. It is all close enough together, and once that chain reacts, Pink's ability to produce will be completely destroyed. You just need to get just enough damage to detonate a few of them, and there they go.
And there
Build
it
turrets
goes.
chain react very nicely. Oh, enough of them there to save it. So not a complete and total failure, but now most of the build power is stuck on a couple of the
Severely limits the unit production.
Good at getting that build power up straight away and identifying that that's one of the biggest things that could be done to keep them in the game, but definitely going to be quite difficult at this point. Pink is managing to push up with all of those units that are spammed out, and they have managed to clear out the bottom left side. Those demons essentially firing up the cliff, actually sorry, down the cliff, and clearing out that eco spot. That's huge. That just knocked off 800 metal a second, which is absolutely crazy. More going down over here to this spam as it comes on through. All of these Titans, just big menace and absolutely cracking their way through everything. It does look like these demons may actually get the chance to clear up another eco center, but based on how they're moving, they might actually leave this corner in a position that can be recovered quite nicely, which is a very surprising move. But getting as much damage in the line as you can, also a good idea. Top left, even though they had that big push of demons in, has managed to recover quite nicely, and this is turning into a three corners against one half. Kings versus peasants matchup. Massive push of fiends though is going to
This
get
is
into
going
that
to take
build
out a
power.
whole lot of build power.
And if that Aphis blows, and that Aphis is going to blow, huge damage right there, and that is all of the T3 build power gone down. We have a large skirmishing force in the base, could continue on to take out the rest of Pink, and then once Pink is taken out, the majority of the threat will just be Red focusing on the front line. I think Red is having oh no, the infinite resources have disappeared, that is why. They are no longer building at a prodigious rate. Just remember,
This
if you
top
want-
right side's doing a great job of getting into the middle here.
Is there infinite resources for the peasants at the moment now, or are they just that high up on?
They're just that high up.
No.
But they are struggling to spend. Does look like there's going to be one final push out of the Kings, who are going to try to clear up that middle and regain that ground that they've lost. But with only 2 APHIS left on the field, this is going to be a peasant side victory. Just remember the large units that you saw here, so the 25x pulsar and the infinite resource spawning APHIS. If you want to get them, just make sure you plug in a controller. I would give the Konami code a try. It unlocks interesting things in your menu. Thanks. Alright, that is the end of this one. Let's have a quick look at those stats. Peasants ahead in damage by around about 1 million. Damage efficiency, the peasants well ahead at 105% to 75%. Metal produced, irrelevant because of the infinite APHIS. Let's have a quick look at those graphs. Not because the production will tell us anything. It will just look like this. But then we
Metal
have
use still shows reasonable numbers.
Oh, does it? That's a good thing to know. But looking at the damage dealt graph, we do see that 4 of the Kings, absolute phenomenal amount of damage done. But then the peasants, so many peasants doing lots of damage. That's what happens when everyone gets nice and aggressive. Let's look at that metal spent. Metal used, there we go. Metal used graph. You can see red really did take advantage of those infinite resources. But look at blue's spending. Absolutely insane for 4 of those players. Let's bounce on out of this one. And let's get ready to close off the stream. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast all these games for you and run this King of the Hill. It's one of our favorite parts of streaming. I have been Pradith. The person who modified the map to give us that beautiful lava was Chrono. If you're interested in our content, feel free to jump on to AllReasonNoLogic on YouTube, Twitch, and Discord. Links coming down the line, coming into chat in a moment. Just got to find them all based on the rules. There they are. Joining me has been Twig and Tank Tom, and big thank you to the moderators who came online to help us tonight. Nightmare, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with through all of this, making this entire thing possible, allowing us to have these bigger lobbies, getting rid of the units that break the rules, and helping us do all of the modifications to the lobbies and making sure that those games don't end up being too much of a wash by adding in those extra little bits of fun. Thank you everyone for watching. I'll turn you over to Twig and Tank Tom for as they take you out of the stream.
Once again, big thanks to Chrono for modifying that Raptors map. Definitely made for some epic battles with less moderation needed at the start of those. And also to those moderators, in addition to Nightmare, I think we had Flow and OP Man in there, maybe another 1 or 2 as well tonight. And if you enjoyed that stream, make sure you do hit that subscribe button. We are so close to 1,000. I know it's a little bit greedy for us to ask, but we are aiming for 1,000 subs, and every one of you really helps us in growing the community. And thanks again, everyone, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Thanks
Every
so much,
Sunday.
guys. I'm sure we'll see a whole bunch of you again next week.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being a wonderful audience, and thanks for jumping on into everyone that played tonight. We will catch you next time. I believe that there's possibly a raid coming up, so stick around for that. If the stream ends before that, then there wasn't a raid.
Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill.